You are watching Co-op for Two. It's Monday, May 20th, 2024 at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me for our 11th session playing through the 7th Citadel, the first threat in the recommended course of threats called Dadachaem's Awakening. We think we're embarking on the finale here, the final scenario of the game. However, if it matches in length with our previous playthroughs, it'll be broken into two parts, although we're not sure. Let me just say hello to everyone in the chat. Autumn and Cody, who are boyfriend and girlfriend or married, remind me, have actually been playing through. They're a little bit ahead of us, but they've been joining us for our playthroughs. In fact, saving us from some possibly terrible mistakes last session, right in the beginning. If Cody hadn't pointed out a card I forgot to draw, we would have had a terrible experience. And Autumn was just saying that they've played through the second threat, and it's quite a bit harder. Boyfriend, girlfriend. Okay, so we do have a bunch to catch up on before we get started here. Jonathan says, very curious if this will be more than one part. Seems like we're going to be motivated to run back to the Citadel. It is going to be, we're going to recap where we are, where we left off. It's going to be interesting to see if we reset our health and everything, or if it really was a continuing two-part thing. We'll talk about how we ended last session, but first let's do some bookkeeping. Over the last 3 days, I've live streamed Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The last 3 days I've live streamed. On Friday, we played Crime Scene Moscow 1989, a card-based puzzle visual search game. A little frustrating, but interesting. Then on Saturday, I'm experimenting with times recently, and I tried a early morning stream. So at 7 a.m., we started a stream of Cold Case Investigation Unit Case 5, which just came out. Quite a fun experience. I thought I would get completely different people to join me, but we actually had a lot of overlap. And we played for about 6 hours Saturday morning. And then yesterday, we started a new case of Dear Holmes, a short letter sent to an old set of Dear Holmes letters sent in by a viewer. And we'll be playing that over the next 4 weeks. A short session, half hour, we read the letter, and then we spent an hour playing Black Stories, Crack the Case, a little audience interactive game. And here we are for a long session of the 7th Citadel, which I've been itching to get back to. It's been 10 days since we played the last scenario. You might think it's a 2-part session. We'd want to play it while it was still fresh, but it felt like it was time for a little bit of a break so that we didn't rush to the end of this. If you have been following along with us, and this is a reminder to Jonathan as well, please do take some notes about your favorite parts, least favorite parts, any game design issues from the 7th Citadel, so that we can remember to talk about it at the end. I am going to have to do a spoiler-free review of this game after we finish this scenario. We've put about 80 hours into it so far, I think. I have a lot to think about in terms of review, but I am quite enamored of this game. Okay, and then the only other piece of bookkeeping to take care of is that on Friday of this week at 10 p.m., not the normal 11 p.m. time, but at 10 p.m., I've scheduled a playthrough of a fan-made case for Bureau of Investigations into Arkham and Elsewhere, which is right behind me here. That's the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective-inspired Cthulhu mythos game, and it looks like this fan case was quite well produced and is getting some good reviews on Board Game Geek, so I'm looking forward to that. It may even take us 2 sessions, I'm not sure. on a related note, if you play PC games, I saw there was a big sale on the Sherlock Holmes series of computer games, which are adventure games, mystery solving, including the new one, which is set in a Cthulhu type environment. So you may want to check that out. Let me know if it's any good. All right. Let us catch up here. The progression of this threat has been that there's this collapse, and a nearby citadel run by a necro druid has collapsed, and we had a rival we're trying to reform a community, and a set of brigands under the leadership of this one woman came and extorted money from us, and we stood up to them, and we welcomed some of their community into our community, and they brought with them these cocoons. And it feels like it's a little bit of an invasion of the body snatcher type vibe. These cocoons are now in our community, threatening to hatch and create havoc and do harm and injure people. So we went on a quest to discover how to defeat them. Turns out it's quite difficult to defeat these cocoons. They were sort of cultivated as a weapon of warfare by this necro druid whose citadel has collapsed. And there's only one thing that can defeat these cocoons and keep them from hatching, I guess. And that is these funeral caterpillars, they're called. And they live underground, and they're kept in glass jars. And so our mission last time was to go recover as many of them as we can. They're delicate, they're in glass, and bring them out, as many as we can. Looks like probably up to 5 or 6 we could have gotten. Bring them back out to our community. So the last session, the last 6 hours, was us trekking into the underground foundations, which we had never been to before. And it's like a maze in there of shifting walls, and figure out try to get as many of these glass jars of funeral caterpillars as we could. There's a little catch, though. The catch was that we don't know how many we were supposed to get, and the game told us that the scenario does not end when you get back to the Citadel, as it normally does. So normally every scenario ends when you get back to the Citadel. Then you can rest, relax, you get all your health back, everyone wakes up, gets rested, etc. This scenario says this is a 2-part scenario, and it doesn't end when you get back to the Citadel. It's going to end before then. No more details. So we went into this underground place, which you see here. We started off here in the bottom left, and we went down into the Citadel, which we had to trek quite far away to get to also. And then we went and explored. We found a funeral caterpillar here. Then we found a funeral caterpillar here. Then the mechanic of this underground is every once in a while when you get to a dead end, it resets the whole place. And then that happened to us. And then we started out again, but we were able to sort of cheat the system and got another jar of these funeral caterpillars at this same place. Feels like a little bug that hasn't been eroded yet. And then 5 hours later, we found ourselves here. And found a hole in the ceiling that we could get out. We had a long debate about whether we should leave or not. we were getting a little tired. Our real world stamina was running low. I forget how much health we had, 30 something. I sort of convinced us to go back, since we knew the layout more or less, to go back and get a 4th jar of caterpillars, which was down here, I guess. We did work our ways down there, and when we got that card, it turned out that we shouldn't have been able to get it again. It was banished when we got it. So then we had to go all the way back. And by that time, we were quite tired, scared about how much health we would need when we got out of here. So we left. We climbed up the ceiling with 3 jars. Now, there's this whole mechanic in this game. Some of these cards say fragile, and we're a little bit afraid that these jars are going to start breaking along with some other stuff we have that we don't want to break. And we didn't know how much... We didn't want to leave with just a tiny couple health points, because we don't know if our health points are going to reset. I assume they are. I hope they are. But we're not sure because we don't go back to the Citadel. Jonathan Warner was telling me he had a little bit of a regret that maybe we should have stayed down there, and maybe that we left because we were getting tired in real life of trekking down there. I think we're playing on an easier mode. And so it's not uncommon for us to come back to the Citadel with a lot of health, and it's not uncommon for us to play, these 2-part 12-hour sessions and run out of real-world energy. And I just think that's the way we're playing it, and that's part of our game, is that when we get exhausted in real life, that's when we go back. But also going back with a bunch of health is like playing on a not as easy a mode. But the other thing, of course, is we don't know if we're going to need some of this health. So we ended the game with 29 health. So we ended with 29 health, 3 of the funeral jars, 5 glimmers. Now, on every other game we've been playing, we've been coming back with like 4 or 5 Hope Reborns. But unless I've messed up, I don't think I have. I believe that these 3 Hope Reborns we got during the course of the game, but we used them. We used 1 to upgrade our defenses because we were afraid that we would need that defense if things go wrong. And then I think maybe we got upgrades, took 1 for health. I think I took 1 for health. Maybe we took another for health or another for an upgrade, and then this woman broke her ankle. But that's her, like, she's been studying for that role. We gave her everything she wanted, and now it was appropriate that she broke her ankle. We also met a new person who we rescued from the Foundation's underground. This guy, a thief. He's good at lock-picking and negotiating and generating cloaks. I think we found some good stuff, but we had to drop it. Autumn says, we told her to break a leg, and she did. That's exactly right. I mean, don't forget, she's resting with this hat on that we got for her. Now, there's one thing that concerns me about why is my face not up there? There's one thing that concerns me a little bit about our situation. 29 health, that's not so bad. The one thing that concerns me is that we've got this amazing weapon, and it powers up on arcane energy. And we were carrying around these 2 arcane energies, and we used them. we use them underground, and I think we use them underground in part to do this failed attempt to get an extra jar. So this is our like this is how we're going to beat the strong people, but we don't have the energy to power it up. I thought maybe we found a way. I thought we had found a way with one of our weapons, one of our items to generate that. But now I can't remember what that would have been. Was it? So we've got a couple of these special items. Was it that one of our special items could be used for that instead? Diffraction? No. I thought we had, was it one of the books? Was one of our books, says Jonathan. I really thought that we did have something. Maybe we need to look at our items to remind ourselves here what we've got. So we've got this guy. We've got our apprentice. She's amazing. We've got our hunting hound. He's good at navigating. We've got our hat. We've got our thing for running away that can generate shields. Then we've got the diffraction spell. 53 is a blessing, so we can generate a blessing with this. Potion of Vigor to give us 10 life points. That's pretty good. And get rid of Exhausted. We've got a couple of potions which give life points in addition to these symbols. This book lets us carry up to 12. That's amazing. Or we can generate 2 arcane with it, and then we can recreate it. This is what gets made from this. So we could use these arcane symbols. Then we can't carry so much, but then we can recreate it. That's the thing I was thinking of. Let's remember we can generate these at will. However, we don't have a way to generate this special magic, which is what our weapon depends on. So we do kind of know where in the world we can get some of it, but it's far away. So I am really nervous that we haven't saved any of that special magic to use in a big boss fight, which probably we're coming up against. All right, let me see what the chat's having some interesting conversation without me, which is fine. Jonathan Warner's talking about one of the PC Sherlock games. Testament of Sherlock Holmes. They're talking about how bonkers this game. Real, that's a good word to describe the Seventh Citadel. It really is bonkers. All right. So I went over some of our weapons. Let's take a look at some of these others, just so you guys know what we have, so it's not all on me. We've got this jagged rock, which is a one-time use for a star that could be useful, and it's a projectile. It's not a weapon, so that it could be combined with weapon. Remember, you can't use 2 cards on the same fight that share a keyword. There's our scepter, if we can only find this. We've got this sword that's pretty good that lets you use another card on a chained action. Can turn 3 strength into 3 stars. Remember, we have a strength potion we could use on that. Iron bar has been very useful in strength tests. We've got this armor, which isn't that useful, except it can beat unsettling and can generate a flag, which is useful. Net, quite useful. A longbow, and we do have ammunition. So we could use one of our potions that have 4 cloaks to generate 6 success. And occasionally you lose your ammunition. Then we've got the stupid juice extractor that we couldn't make work. We have this juice extractor that this wraith spite creature gave us when we yelled at him. But then I was so overwhelmed by this creature's generosity that outside of the game rules, game said nothing about it. I was just like, let's give him this carrot because he helped us. And then we got this juice extractor and it says, you put your carrots in here to get juice. And I had given our carrot away to this creature. Not the smartest move I've made. All right, we've got a cape, which is good for shielding. Not very useful otherwise. We've got some food, which gives us some cards, not much use. We've got this dead stone. We have no idea what to use it for. Maybe a side quest. We've got 2 parcels. And this is another thing we may have to decide this session or soon after, which is what to do with these parcels. Do we have time to deliver them, or is our scenario, our threat campaign coming to an end? One of them is fragile. I'm afraid it's going to break along with our jars. But the other thing is, one, we know where it goes, Kel. I'm not sure we know where Vesnia is, but I think we did see her name, so I think we do know where she is. But the other thing, which is insane, and talk about bonkers, which is so interesting here, is we've been given these packages to deliver, but we're allowed to open them. We're allowed to rip them open for ourselves. They both have these wax seals, so I think we're going to get a bad reputation if we start opening someone else's packages. But maybe not. Maybe we just get some great thing. This one, a drug dealing woman who looked a little sketchy gave us, so I'm a little concerned about this one. I think it was this one. And this glass object, this feels like it could hold a creature. This could be a caterpillar for all we know. This could be a caterpillar in a glass jar. So if we don't think we're going to have time, we might wonder whether we should open these up. And then we've also got a couple things that we've never been able to resolve. A mysterious sketch. I think we may have been here for some treasure, but been too conservative to search for it. This mark, which is our character's little side quest of his own, we never found. Got another side quest here where we're supposed to look for coins, which we haven't really found. And then we've got a whole bunch of plants that we know about. Is that it? I guess that's it. All right, so now you're up to date on all the cards and knowledge we have. Oh, this one. We should talk about this. We should talk about this and this. Okay, so here are 2 things that in general we consistently forget to do. This was one of our special upgrades that lets us look at the top card before every test. Before we gear up, we can see the first card of our results. Then we've got this complicated card that in general we haven't bothered to do because it's such a pain in the ass. It took us, we had to work hard to get this, I think. Maybe not. Anyway, this is what it lets us do. When we fight, we can try our luck. If we're lucky, we drop the die of the monster that we're about to fight by 2 and take a focused card, a blessing card, I guess. One of the blessing cards, I think it's focused, which is quite a good card. So In general, if it's an easy battle, we don't bother with it, or if it's thematically doesn't feel appropriate, like if it's fighting a humanoid. But if it's a monster, we should be remembering to do this. All right, I think we're caught up here. Lucas says, they say curiosity is one of the great secrets of happiness. You know, that is a very nice saying that I have never heard. I've never heard that. I like it. All right. So, is there anything I haven't covered? We think our whole mission today is going to be to bring back those jars to the Citadel. We know the route that we have to take. I mean, we know where we've... I'm not sure now that we know where we came out. Let me just load up our world map. Do we know where we came out? Here's our map of the world. I'll show you where we went in. Okay, so our Citadel is here. What the? There are all these things on this program that just show up. Okay, our Citadel. Look at this ridiculousness. Now it's changed the color. Okay. So our Citadel is here. There were two ways to get underground. This is the map we've built up as we've been playing. So there's a very nearby place to go in underground here, but it's expensive. So it requires a lot of health and energy. So we didn't do that. We didn't go that way. We went across a bridge that we had helped build earlier, past the turtle shell creatures, and then up there where there's another way underground, which was a little cheaper. Now, I don't remember if when we exited, it told us where we exit. I can't remember that. So I don't know if we're going to have a longer trip from here or it's going to tell us where to go. Jonathan says, I'm not sure it told us. I think it will be explicit in the setup for part 2. Yes, okay, that may be right. While we have this up here, let me just show you that there are symbols on the map for where that special energy is. And like, I think here is one of them, that sort of pinkish energy. There may have been another one up here somewhere. Somewhere underground, yeah, here. Maybe. So, but they're far away. But if we somehow pop out near one of those places, we should definitely try to get some of that arcane energy. And there's a woman here with the medicine pot. This woman here, she might be able to give us one if we come across a pot. Somehow we come across these giant heavy swords by the dozen, but we can't find a little metal stainless steel pot for this woman, cast iron pot or whatever she wants. Really kind of bizarre. All right. So I think I've caught us up. Is that right? Is there anything that the chat thinks that I have forgotten to say? We're going to read the ending again to make sure we go through all the steps. But you let me know if there's anything I've forgotten. All right, let's take a look while you're thinking through that about the funeral caterpillars. Okay, so our previous mission, we went and read at this water bank library, which was very cool. We learned about the caterpillars. We came back. Next mission, that was last time we played, come up with as many as possible of the funeral caterpillars. Does not enter the scenario. Returning there prematurely will count as failing. Secondary goal, improve the Citadel's defenses. Now, this is where we're in good shape because we have maxed out everything. partly because we're playing on an easier mode, but also partly because we spent a lot of upgrades and work getting all these boosted up. So I think maybe even if we lost all the jars, we're still maxed out at our defense. I feel like we're going to be able to survive it. So I don't really feel like we're in that much trouble. Okay, then we did our preparation. We got special cards that told us what to do. This is the part that Cody saved me from almost making a terrible mistake. And there was the symbol. Okay, so then we got to the epilogue. We got out of the foundations. We climbed out. And then it says, like, if you messed up and you're at the Citadel, otherwise B. So that's what we did. We did B. You emerge in the middle of a forest when a rumbling sound comes up from the shaft you just left. The room beneath your feet is undoubtedly shifted, sealing off access to the foundations. All right, so here we go. If you have a task to be done, we never got that. We don't know what that is. Return a subterranean world in search of the jars. Cards. Okay, I must have put those away because I don't see them out here. Those were the special rules that told us you have to go get the jars, and here's how the subterranean world works. For each objective card we have 3. Take a 99 card. Okay, so there's our Hope Reborns. So we get 3 new Hope Reborns. Okay, and then the objectives go back. All right. I'm not sure why we don't keep them, but let's see. Okay. Discard all the cards on the board, including your terrain. I've done that. Each unconscious character gains 1 life point and regains consciousness. Each player discards all of their hand cards. Okay, I've already done that. There's our draw deck and our discard deck. It keeps telling you to do this stuff, but then on the next preparation, it just says combine them all. Oh, Cody says, do not return the objective cards. Okay, you're right. I wondered why we return the objective cards, but the answer is you don't. So there you have it. We keep the objective cards. Thank you. Okay, it says explicitly, do not return them. All right. And that does not bode well for us that I'm not reading these things properly. Okay, now you have finished the scenario, funeral. Thank God for this channel. Thank God for the audience. If you want to begin the next scenario immediately, well, it's been 10 days, but regardless, 7 card just tells you how to save and restore. All right. Bookmark the beginning of the jar carriers. So here we go. We have 3 Hope Reborns to spend, plus 5 Glimmer of Hopes, which surely we are going to turn in, right? Because you get these all the time. So I'm going to let's think, actually. We could, is there any reason to, like, wait? Block this and all other to get 10 life. I don't think so. So I'm going to return the 49s and take another 99. All right, so we've actually got 499, four Hope Reborns to spend. Well, presumably, let's see what happens. All right, are we ready to begin the next scenario? I want to experiment something. Actually, I totally messed up my OBS last night, but thankfully I had backups. What did I want to bring up to try? I want to see what happens. Jonathan says, we can't hear you from that view. Okay. I just added that, and I did what I normally do when I add a new scene. I forgot to add the audio. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I didn't say anything important. I just said that I had created this new view. I was just curious if I could show that on the screen, which I could. Okay, 10 people joining us so far. Let us read the introduction if I haven't, if there's nothing else to catch up on. Here we go. The jar carriers. Each player returns all of their cards with the keyword temporary. We do not have any temporaries. Those are the blessings. We don't have any. Unblocks all of their hand cards. We don't have any blocked hand cards. We've got a blocked woman with a broken ankle, but not any hand cards. Shuffles all the cards in their discard pile back into their action deck. Okay, that we do have. The foundations have been changing configuration as you walked through them, shifting corridors and rooms with a will of their own that seems devoid of all logic. You're unable to find your way around now that you're back in the open air. You climb a tree that you know to be harmless, from which you can see a stone wall winding through the landscape to the south. The carbon line. We know where that is. You signal to the porters, who slide their poles into the handles of the jars, to march toward the Citadel before the cocoons release their spores. Now, the carbon line was, I think, to our... Am I misremembering where that is? We should look at it. But I think we may be further now north than we've ever been. But let me see. Okay, the goal is... Bring back the jars to the Citadel. Make sure we don't read this. Bring back the jars to the Citadel. You must bring at least one jar of funeral caterpillars back to the Citadel. One jar has to survive. We've got 3. So they're going to start breaking on our way back. Exactly what we feared. Okay, now... Look at what interesting thing it says here. It says take a 254. Okay, let's just do it step by step, since I seem incapable of jumping ahead without making errors. Okay, we take a 254. This is going to be the path we start. No? Okay. 254 or 264? Here's my things. 264. Okay. 264 says jar carriers. Okay, so here's our special rule. Each pair of jar carriers is represented by an objective card. As long as this is in play, consider each character to have a card with the keyword cumbersome. When the inside icon cannot be seen, you may return one objective card to shuffle all the cards in your discard pile back into your action deck. At any time, you may block 2 cards with the keyword companion instead of returning an objective card. When you have no objective cards left, take a 398. In other words, that's your fail condition. All right, so we're cumbersome. And when we're not inside, we can break one of our jars to refresh our cards. And then at any time we can block 2 cards. I guess this seems to be saying different ways we can use the caterpillar jars or the objective cards. We can use it to refresh our deck. We can block 2 companions instead of returning an objective. And if we ever run out of objective cards, if the jars break, we take a 398. Okay, that's a little odd. Let's just put that up so we don't lose it. All right, continuing here. Ground Shiver is 7. And that's what it was before. Hasn't changed. Now look what it says. The characters freely share the following amount of life points, adding them to your current number. So normally we reset to 0. But now we're adding 45. So we have 29. So 74 we go up. So we've got a decent amount of health. And it did add. So leaving the underground while we still had some health does benefit us in today's session. That's good. Draw 2 cards from your action deck for your starting hand. Okay. We'll look at those in a minute. Return all Hope Reborns that are blocked. We've got 3 of those. Remember to look up your side quests, cards in the world map, and the effects of your built buildings. You are not at the Citadel. And then put a 306 card. Stop reading now. All right, so don't read that last epilogue. We need a 306 card. So what is the rule about the Hope Reborns? Well, I guess we're not at the Citadel. That's important to know. Not been relevant for us in the past. We're in preparation, but we're not at the Citadel. Well, we can use upgrades whenever we want. We don't have to be at the Citadel. However, there are certain things that we've been doing at the Citadel, like using our buildings, that we surely cannot do now. And what about the feather card? If we had a feather card, is that restricted to... I can't remember if the feather cards only trigger at the Citadel. So before I turn over this card that tells us where we start, there's our 3 objectives. Let's put these out. Those are our jars we're carrying. All right, so 4 upgrades we have to use, or we could use one of them for health. Like we could use these 3 as upgrades and then use this one for 10 health if we thought we cared about getting more health. I'm just trying to think. Normally it would tell us that we block all of our companions and then we can pay to wake them up. But that's not the case here. This woman has got her broken leg, but we can't, we have a building that lets us revive her. Let's just see. I think that only works in the Citadel, though. Arcane Well. Can you see this? During the preparation phase, if you're at the Citadel, we can unblock Arcanist Apprentice. But we're not at the Citadel, but she's not blocked. But what about... Normally we're told, let's see, let's look at the other mission. Normally we're told each player may unblock companions. So that happens here. So for this mission, we're not allowed to. So she's sitting it out. Our actress is just going to sit it out. Okay. All right. Well, we didn't buy any feathers, so that's okay. But we do have 4 upgrades. Now, here's the last thing to talk about before we can properly start our scenario. We could use all 4 to upgrade. We could use 3 to upgrade and 1 for points. Now, so the question is, you don't have to be at the Citadel to that. How should we think about these upgrades? And I think there's 2 basic ways we could try to use these. We could either try to improve our deck, try to improve our ability to play this last scenario. Doing that would mean looking mainly for these R reflex cards or reaction card reflex they're called, or cards that let us go dig more cards from the action deck out, or maybe a card that would let us prune our cards. The ones that aren't useful to us really are the buildings, because we're not even at the Citadel. We may never be going back there. We're all maxed out, so we don't have any use of this. So one path is to try to improve our cards, but it doesn't feel like we can do much good there. The other possible thing we could do is try to unlock another number. Now, another number could very well help us during this mission, but the other benefit is that if we play another scenario, we'll know which numbers to head towards. So discovering a scenario, a number card would be useful. I think the closest one to us is this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're 7 away. We can't unlock a number, but we could 1, 2, 3, 4. We could get that 4. We would drop a card of our choice or 2 cards of our choice, get a new reflex card, and then maybe during the course of this scenario, we'll get 3 more Hope Reborns and be able to get to a number. I think that's the closest one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is the closest number. So barring a better thing, barring a different strategy, John says, isn't 314 closer? Is it? This was my pass, so we're actually here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 314 is farther away. We didn't go this way. This was just my think. I drew this little dotted line to say we could go this way. But we didn't. We went down here. Let me erase this for you. That was one of my proposals, that we go that way. Okay, so this is our closest. So I think we should do this, because these two aren't bad for us. And we'll get some feathers. Maybe we'll get a chance to see those feathers at the end. This stuff is all useless to us, but all right. So 1, 2. Now, how many of these should we use? Should we keep 1 for health? So 1, 2, 3. Why don't we keep 1 for health? Okay, so we block these, but we're doing this before the stage that told us to return them all. So they go back. And then we're going to use this. I don't feel like we need more health, but maybe this will let us take a little trip to the to Cal to try to do some of our quests. All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so we only really did 3. No, 1, 2, 3. from before. Yes. Okay. So we get to lose stuff from our hand. We get a reflex, and we get a feather. All right, let's do those together. All right. So feather, we may never get to see this, but where would you like it? Where would we like our feather? It can go here, here, or here. There's the 3 places. Here, here, or here. Fort Cutthroat we've heard a little bit about. I don't think we haven't been to either of these 2 places. So maybe we should get one of these places that we've never seen. This is Kel, where I think we want to go back to again. So I think we should take this one. 83. All right, so 83 goes here. I guess we get to read it, the back of it at least. You know that Fort Cutthroat held out during the War of the Worms, but you do not know the state of the territory that stretches to the puddle which the right path once spanned. The scouts you sent there should tell you when you return to the Citadel. Okay. So we're going to put that in there. Whether we'll ever get to see it, I'm not sure. That's our feather upgrade. And then we drew 2 cards for our hand, but we're actually going to put these back because the next upgrade is this here. Returns 2 cards of our choice. So this is a big deck. Let's try not to spend too much time doing this. What we'll do is we'll do all this prep stuff and then we'll take a break before we actually jump into playing. Okay, so we're going to have to find 2 cards to get rid of. Now, I remember one I really didn't like. What was that? I mean, Mariner, we probably don't need this anymore, although it's not terrible. Let's look for cards that have no successes on them. Are there any cards that are like blank? That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. See, intuition, those are good. We don't like this card much either for shields, although +1 here is pretty good. There's a reflex. Dodge, acrobatics. Well, we have made use of that. That's a good card. That's a good card. That's a good card. I don't love this card, but the wild card symbols are pretty useful. Order, that's useful. Not that good. That's useful. When do we ever need that? But 2 symbols is kind of useful. Flight, we've made lots of use of that. Strength. Anticipation. Telekinesis, we've made use of that. Healer. Lock picking. I feel like this is not very good here. That's okay. Not my favorite though. Determination's good. Accurate shot is good. Spare no effort. That's pretty bad. I like that it can be used on anything. It's like a free extra card. But we can't count on those strength symbols, so it's kind of a dilution of our thing. Consider. I don't love that one, but it's got a success and a half. Okay, so I've picked out. I'm going to keep the Mariner, not because of this, but because this is reasonably good. Well, let me put these out. Okay, so here are the cards I've picked for our consideration to get rid of. So how about the channel decides which two of these you want to get rid of? So success and a half, that's pretty good. This is terrible. I think. I mean, ignores brutal though. That's brutal is pretty good, but we can never count on fists, so we're never looking to draw fists. And half a star is pretty bad. Just doesn't feel like we ever need this. Like we've got a weapons to do this. And +1 is pretty useful. We get these chains a lot. So that's not a terrible thing. I would say sneak attack and maybe superior strength, just because like this symbol isn't good for us. Like you occasionally need the strength symbols, but because we have so few in our deck, we can never count on drawing them out. So maybe improve our chances at getting, make our deck a little more consistently good on stars. Nuka says, I've been unambiguous about not liking sneak attack from the beginning. All right, let's get rid of sneak attack. All right, one more from this set. I think we should keep this. These wild cards are very useful. Okay, so then we've got here. And I guess I'd like to make a case that let's get our hand more successful. So maybe prefer to get rid of one of these two or one of these three and keep this one. This is actually pretty good too. So let's keep motivation. I know I said I'd let the channel pick, but here we go. So these are both pretty useful cards. We never really use this one. It's just not good enough, but it could be useful. This lets you play a little bit more conservatively. And this lets you draw an extra one when you're fighting. I feel like we've got weapons that can do that, too. And this one, we now have a person who can lockpick. So not that useful, I don't think. Get rid of spare no effort. Okay, let's see what the channel says. Cody says, spare no effort gets my vote. Jonathan says, I'll go with Cody and say, get rid of spare no effort. Okay, there it is. Done. Spare no effort. Spare no effort and sneak attack. We are retiring. Okay. That's that upgrade done. And now we have one more upgrade, which is to take a reflex card. I find it odd that the reflex cards are so, they don't give you a choice. Reflex card just says draw one random reflex skill card. If available. How is it not going to be available? There's dozens of them. Most of them are the same. There aren't that many different kinds of reflex cards. I guess instead of shuffling, I should just draw that. Okay, so here's our final upgrade. We're going to get one of these reflex cards randomly, but they're mostly of the same type. There's like a bunch of the same type. They all have the same star system, though. They all have one and then two halves, which is nice. We do have one reflex card. It's pretty terrible. It's ability, but they're all good because of the stars they have. But there is a reflex card that's good. I wish there was a way to choose which one you wanted. All right, let's see what we got. If it's the same thing we got before, I'm not gonna take it. Immediately after this is revealed, you may shuffle one card you just revealed back into your action deck as if you had not drawn it. That's the terrible one. I think that's the same one we have before. Let me just see. Is that the same reflex we have before? No, it is different. All right, I guess we got to keep it then. There are a couple good reflexes. This one I don't like. Okay, so this one says, after it's revealed, you may shuffle one card you just revealed. What does that mean? Immediately you just revealed. I guess it means previously in this round. You shuffle it. So if you don't like it, you can shuffle it and then draw a replacement. I don't know about that. The reflex cards are not bad. I don't really like them, I have to say. You could see, though, that one way to play is to like focus on these reflex cards, which would give you better success, would improve your odds of success every time you draw, but I don't like their abilities. I'd almost rather have an extra star. Not almost. I'd rather have an extra star than the reflex. But I don't really love those reflex abilities. They're kind of annoying. I have a low tolerance for annoying abilities. All right, we've done our 3 upgrades. We've cashed in our other Hope Reborn for health. We've lost most of the viewers. We're down to 6. Okay. All right, and we're ready to start our adventure. 1 hour in. All right, that's how it goes. And Jonathan is going to tell me whether we're going to play tomorrow if this continues. Okay, let's see where we start, and then we'll take a break before we actually get started. A small clearing is nestled in the heart of the forest. The area seems to have been left relatively untouched by necro-druidic magic, since there are birds and a cacophony of insect chirps. The vegetation is so dense to the north that it would be nigh impossible to make your way through the trees and thickets. So the description said the carbon line is to our south. And let me show you our world map. Our world map has at the far north of the world is the carbon line. So we are north of this carbon line. Of course, we don't know how far east it goes, but it feels like we're way north. Hey, if we can find our way to this place here, let's try to find there. Cody says the reflex card is actually broken and got errata. Without the errata, you could use it to walk for free everywhere. I don't know. I don't have a sticker on it, but let's take a look at the errata that Cody is talking about. So, reflex clarification, you may shuffle one other card. You may shuffle one other card. So I guess it said you could shuffle you may shuffle one other card you just revealed back into your action deck as if you had not drawn it. I'm not sure how you would come on, guys. What's going on here? What what's it doing? What's it doing? One card you just revealed, one other card you just revealed. I'm not sure why that would let you walk for free. But you can't shuffle this one back in regardless. Okay, we'll just remember that. We normally don't do that. We don't break that. We don't try to exploit those rules anyway. All right. Whoa, look at this. Why? It's really confused about something. All right, I'm going to have to turn you off then if you're not going to behave. All right, let's look where we are. We're in some weird sparkly forest. We can look at the trees, the clearings, and we can go south. Don't see any numbers. Let's see what Cody is explaining how you could exploit it. If you needed to draw one card and get no successes, and you draw the reflex, you would shuffle it in and succeed in the action. I see. I read it, though. I read the card meaning, I read it to be that you would still have to draw the replacement card. So in my reading of it, you'd still have to draw another card. So maybe I need to rethink about how I would read this. Anyway, Jonathan says this might mean you also get a chance to use our treasure map. If we're to the north of the carbon line and we can make our way back here, we can try using our treasure map on this space again. All right, so we're ready to start our game when we come back, but we're going to take a break first. And then we'll begin our adventure. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. 5 viewers here with me. All right, what I see. I wonder if it's this card is going to confuse it. Okay. Let's bring out the 5 card. All right, well, presumably we're going to look around here. Oh, we've got something interesting. Autumn says, Cody and I are thinking of starting a channel ourselves for campaign adventure game playthroughs. We've been going through them together for 2.5 years. Well, if you do start a channel, please let us know. I did a whole set of videos on filming board game content, technical aspects of it. I'd be happy to help out with any tips I have for setting up OBS, etc. If you want to do live streams. JF Dukeson says, are you done with Dadachaem? I'm close to finishing it, I think. Yes, we're just finishing it up now. Okay. So, I mean, let's just remember that each pair of jar carriers. Okay, so they're not the jars, they're the people. Our objectives are the people. So when they die off, all right, one has to make it back. Well, presumably we're going to do these things. It's hard to imagine we wouldn't. So in what order do we care about them? One is search and look. I guess we're here. We'll do that first. Do 60. No real reason to do any. Now, what is our... There's a bunch of 260s. What's our symbol that we need to be looking out for? So our symbol is this little bag here, or jar. So keep your eye open for that. All right, let's see what's over here. 0, 0, so nothing to do. A few steps away, a large bird is pecking at the ground in search of grubs. If you move any closer, the prey will probably fly away. You might try to hit it with one of the few stones that litter the ground. Discard all 260s, so there's one more 260 in the deck. We're throwing it away. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, consider that you have a projectile. So there's no mystery about what will happen. We will get some food. However, well, yeah, okay, some food would be nice, I guess. I mean, I'm a little hesitant to just hurt a bird, but we can draw, we can only use one card, but we have projectile. I mean, I guess it would depend. Johnson says, just leave that bird alone. But if there was some like bad thing that could happen to us, I definitely would leave it alone. But we know the consequence is just some food. Let's just warm up and take a look at what weapons we have for doing that kind of fight. So we could use our jagged rock, but we're definitely not going to use up our good card for that. We need to use, we can't, we have to attack it remotely. But look, we do have a bow. So we could succeed at this, but for a little bit of food for 5 cards, it doesn't seem worth risking breaking our bow. All right, so we're just going to go on our way. I guess we're just going to go on our way. All right, we're leaving the bird alone. Or discard this. Fine. And that's it. We can't do that again. We told us to get rid of the card. So now we're coming over here. 405. To the west of the clearing, was there anything on the back of that card that I was supposed to read? No. To the west of the clearing, a peculiar tree is growing with a basket-like structures made of branches and twigs hanging from its limbs. A slot has been carved into the trunk where a lantern sits. There's no fuel in the lamp, but there is a small carved stone inside. The device is probably magical. Okay. So we can take the lamp, or we could inspect it. Inspect the baskets. Either way, we discard it. That's troublesome. I mean, I would have thought we'd be able to inspect the baskets and take the lantern, but it looks like we don't have that option. What do you think? This is tricky. We can either take the lamp, or inspect the baskets, or do nothing. Branches and twigs, a slot where there's a lantern, no fuel, but there's a carved stone inside it. It's probably magical. Jonathan says I'm inclined to take the lamp. I don't think we should take a lamp that we don't know what it's doing. It could be protecting this whole forest for all we know. I don't think we should take that thing. It could be serving a purpose. It's not ours. I say we inspect the baskets instead. But Jonathan, if you feel strongly and you want that lamp, I will take it for you. How's our weight? We should check out. What have we got? How much weight do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we're at max weight already. Jonathan says, okay, I'm convinced. Let's look at the basket. Okay, we're looking at the basket instead of taking the lamp. And we could come to regret this, or maybe we're going to get a chance to take it anyway. All right, so this attaches to this. Okay, let's see. What you thought were baskets turn out to be nests. Some contain eggs, but most are occupied by books or scrolls. You have no idea what's going on here, but you grab a book with what you deem to be the most interesting cover. So we increased the community knowledge, but we're already at max, so that does us no good. We get a book, random book, and then banish this and take a 405. Okay, so there's our book. And this gets banished and we get a 405. $405 is gold. You are interrupted by a loud chirping. The foliage stirs as the countless birds that were nesting in the tree flap their wings. Some puff out their plumage menacingly, obviously annoyed by your intrusion. You cautiously back away, hoping the birds will calm down, but their numbers and aggressiveness are increasing. So we have to do a test. It's easy to pass. It's not locked. They just let us live. The birds allow you to leave. This lantern must hold some value to them. If we had taken that lantern, those birds were going to come get us. All right, let's see what book we got. This stupid thing. We already know about those guys. We got 2 of those cards already. All right, I'll just put that with the rest of our Apple cards. All right, if we had taken that lantern, those birds were going to be all over us, I think. So luckily, we're going to be able to sneak away. All right, so a 1 card, I think, is the exhaustion card. So not the worst thing. And we don't have anyone that's good. Oh, yes, we do. The doggy is good at sneaking. No, that's a trap. We don't have anyone that's good at sneaking. Even our thief, he's not good at sneaking. I would have thought he would be. So it's not the end of the world if we... I'm just trying to look at our cards just so we, in case there's stuff we're forgetting we can use. Boy, that trap looks like the thievery thing. Okay, we do have a cape that's mostly useless, but would let us generate this. Not very useful. However, if we brought that... No, I guess it's useless to us. I guess we just do this on our own. I don't want that exhaustion. Jonathan says our thief was in jail, so maybe he's not so good at sneaking around. All right, I think 3 cards. 3 cards should average 2 successes. So if we take 4, we should succeed. If we don't... Oh, wait, what about our hand? Sorry, we should have 2 cards in hand. Okay, let's see what our cards in hand are. Look at the top 3 cards of your action deck, put them down in the same order, but we can't do this now because this is a forced action, and this is spells and fighting, so these are useless to us. All right, so I think we draw 4 cards, 3 averages out to 2 successes, so 4 should do it. If we don't, we get an exhaustion, we have a card that lets us get rid of it, not the end of the world. Okay, here we go. So there's our successes. We actually went beyond what we needed to, but another reason that's good, though... Oh, no, they just allow us to leave. We don't get to keep any. All right. So a bit of overkill. They allow us to leave. Okay. So we should say, right? Leaving that lantern alone was probably the right thing to do, right? Those birds were not going to be happy about it. And then this got discarded, our lantern card. I mean, I am curious. I shouldn't speak too soon. The birds were going to be angry, but we would have kept that lantern, which might have been very powerful. Either way, it's gone now. And we got the 427. All right, well, there's nothing to do but go on our way here. Our ground shiver level is 5 or higher, so we can flip this for free. That high-pitched croak tells you nothing useful. As you feared, you're blocked by crystal tords, too numerous to face alone. Well, it's interesting. It's a 0-3 gift, no chain, so we could definitely succeed. 0-0 if we have a sack of grain, which we do. So we can use our sack of grain. It doesn't get used up. To throw it some grain, throw some grain to the tords and distract them. You move peacefully towards the tords. But also, if we have music, we can scare them away. Now, I do believe we do have music, and that would get us a glimmer. So this is interesting. We have a sack of grain, so we can do a 0-0, which would give us a 171, which I don't know what it is. But additionally, if we have music, now our music person has got a broken leg. She's sitting it out, so she can't play her music, but we have a flute. So we can play music to scare away the Tords and get a glimmer. The only thing that's making me question that is this 171. Jonathan wants the 171. Really? I mean, we can do it for free. All right, I mean, I guess the glimmer is not that useful. It's kind of useful. It depends whether the 171 is going to be a bad card. All right, Jonathan, I didn't take your lantern. I'm going to let you take the 171 here. We have the sack of grain, so it's free. We're going to take a 171. I'm afraid it's going to be someone who's not happy with us, but let's see. All right, Jonathan. Here's your 171. The crystal Tords stare at you with their bulging eyes as they croak. Razor sharp, the bluish ridges of their crystalline skin glisten in the sun. At your first movement, they pounce. Jonathan, you've gotten us into a fight with crystal Tords. Why would you do that, Jonathan? We could have scared them away with music. Now you made us fight them. And they're evasive 3. You may flee. After each consequence, you may flee. Boy, they're a lot of work to fight. I bet Jonathan wished he let me play that music now. We had some book about the crystal Tords. What was our book told us something. Where is our book? We do have the book on fighting monsters, which we could use on these guys. Where is that book? You bet you regret not letting me play that flute. You thought you were going to get a friendly monster, didn't you? A friendly creature. All right, let's look at this. So there was an entry about the crystal Tord. Vivian with particularly resistant skin, can be aggressive, sensitive to high-pitched sounds. How these creatures manage to reproduce without injuring themselves. This will be the subject of another book. Okay, so we could do this to try to drop the die down to 2. And evasive. What does evasive mean again? I think evasive is the one where we have to spend 3 extra. Every time we draw 3, we got to spend 3. During each draw step, for every 3 cards you draw, you have to throw away an extra 3. All right, let's do this monster manual on them. So I'm going to take a 13. Lady Luck is on our side. You saw that, right? Okay, so because of that, our monster manual worked. Drop the die by 2 and take a 150. So instead of a 4, On the first battle, it's a 2. That's good. And a 150 is good. 150 is focused, which lets us bring a card back into our hand during the action step. During the action step, is there any card we want? So we could go grab this. During the gear up, that wouldn't be useful to us now. But we could go get determination when we were ready to. All right, we got to fight this guy now. 2 and 2. That should be easy enough. It's a forced fight. We can't do this. I probably should have done that, but we can do this. Oh, look at this. This is our card. Remember we were saying don't we have some card that lets us generate this? This was what generates this. And we can keep this in our hand. This is what generates that arcane magic symbol. And for 7 cards, we can keep it. So this is never going to leave our hand. We're just going to keep this forever and pay when we want to use it. Okay, that's our magic weapon. In fact, we could use this right now to beat these guys. Okay, let's take 3 cards. Let's defeat this and not pay the penalty. I suppose we should take someone with us just in case. No, we don't have anyone that can fight. Yes, this guy can fight. All right, we'll take him with us. This monster manual is done. We're taking him with us because he can fight. He lets us draw less cards, but more importantly, he can turn flags into successes. 3 cards should get us 2. If we need to, we can do something else. What about our armor? I guess we'll take armor as well. Hey, we could take our longbow. That would block evasive. Because I don't really want to draw 3 cards, because we'll have to throw away. Not if we take this, we won't. So if we take this, we can ignore the evasive, which will very much help us, but it might break. But you know what? I think we should start taking this because it's only a 1 out of 6 chance, and if we're going to use it, we're going to use it. Okay, so now I can take 3 cards without worrying about the evasive. All right, 3 cards. Here we go. Here's our fight. All right, so we got our 2 successes with 2 cards. We're only allowed to use 2 cards here. We got our success. There's our 2. That drops this down to the next row. We succeeded. We don't have to pay any penalty. We don't get to keep any of these cards. Enchanted projectile. That would be kind of nice to have. We could use this to grab this. No, let's hold on to it. Okay, so then the only thing I need to do... I didn't even look at the symbols. Doesn't matter. Now we need to see if we lost this. Let me do this first and then we'll talk, Jonathan. Okay, so let's see if we lost our longbow. If we roll a 1, this is going to suck if we roll a 1. Okay, that's a 3, so our longbow is fine. All right, now Jonathan says, should we just flee for 5 cards. Is it worth a blessing just to defeat this guy? No, I think you're right. I think we should just flee. Let's just flee. Also because we don't love fighting these creatures. These toads are a pain. All right, so we're just going to flee. We're just going to lose 5 cards. Too bad we don't have something that lets us not lose as many cards. There are some cards that let you reduce that. All right, we're just going to spend our 5 cards. We've got the health to do it. It seems like the thing to do. Jonathan, we just played them some music. It should, what this would be better, it would say, this rule should say, if you want to flee combat or play music. I really feel like thematically we could take those 5 cards back and just say we're playing music. That would be fine with me. If we were about to die, I would house rule that. But because we're got so much health, we're just going to say that Jonathan get them so angry that the flute doesn't work on them. Let's remember a 171 are the Tords. So next time Jonathan wants to make friends with an animal, we'll have to do something other than the Tord animal. All right, so now we're going down to 410. We're in totally uncharted territory here. It's a little bit dangerous out here, it seems. When you have the opportunity to play a flute to a creature, do it. You can see the edge of the wingborn forest beyond the carbon line. Okay, so it looks like we've reached the carbon line from the north. A little bit harder to walk here. More trees. And it looks like maybe a way to cross through the line. Where do you think we are? Where do you think we are? Are we right? I think we might be like, you know, over here somewhere. I mean, not there, but like, are we somewhere here? I wonder. All right. Well, let's put it out. All right, 5 and a 6. All right, well, let's walk down there for 1 card, and we get to keep 1. That's a nice card to have. You might even make the case that we should have purposely drawn 2 cards because we're allowed to keep 2. But maybe no point pushing our luck. All right, so we've got more trees to look at and more things on either side. I mean, surely we're going to look at that tree where the adventurer, we're giving this kid the adventure of a lifetime, but we're just trying to get home. You could make the case that we should stop messing around and just walk home. Don't look at any scary trees with birds. I feel like these are all birds that live here. John says, check, Jesse, I think you can get 2 because of the upgrade. Yes, but we only drew 1 to walk. But when we're here, and we have to draw 2 to walk, then we'll keep 2. All right, I'm looking at this tree again. You move carefully through the undergrowth, keeping away from any vegetation that seems dangerous. As you delve deeper into the vegetation, you feel a sharp pain. Carried by the wind, a leaf of a gilly tree, sharp as a sword, has cut your arm. So we could stitch ourselves up, or we have to heal ourselves. Wow, if we succeed, we stop the bleeding. Otherwise, we're going to get wounded. We don't want that. It's another forced test. We don't have anyone that's good at this healing, and we don't have any of our cards. But what about... We can't do this. Can't do this because we're in the middle of a forced action, but we are focused. So that would let us grab any card in the middle of this. Which would let us get this card. Which would let us apply +2. But this isn't a chain, but it would let us get a success. Okay, so what we know is that if we need to, we can get another success using this. So we can be a little conservative, knowing that we can draw 2 instead of 1 if you wanted. Okay, so let me explain this rule. Let me explain this rule. So the upgrade we have says that we can keep an additional card. Look at this. We should be doing this too. We keep forgetting about this. This is huge. I'm going to put this out. Okay. The card we have says that we can keep an extra card anytime we're allowed to keep cards. And the walk action says a normal walk is draw at least 1 card and you can keep 1. So every time we walk, we draw a card and we can keep 1. Our upgrade says we could keep 2, but we only draw 1 when we walk. So if we wanted to, we could purposely draw 2 cards to walk. We could inefficiently walk in order to keep an extra card. It's just that, you know, we'd be drawing an extra card during walking. So normally we don't want to spend more cards than we have to. You could argue that we should until we build up a hand, but we're soon going to be walking enough. So I think maybe it's not worth wasting a card. All right, so what were we saying here? We want to succeed in this. We can go grab another success if we wanted to, but we need to be remembering this strong upgrade that we paid for during the gear up step, which is right now. So right now, I'm going to look at the top card. It's a half and half. So not the best, but not the worst. So we really don't want this wound. I think we'll take 3 cards. We need 3 successes? No, for 3 successes, we need more. All right, I'm going to take 4 cards, and if we need to, we'll use this to get another one. All right, so here are our 4 cards. There's this. There's this. There's this. So we've got our 3 successes, and there's this. So it's good we drew 4. We needed them. Okay, so there's our 3 successes. So we did manage to stop the bleeding. But we don't get to keep any of those. We didn't need to use this. Okay. And that just happened because we looked at that tree? That just happened because we looked at the tree. But we can do it again. Do we want to do it again? Let's see. Is there another 232? There is a 232. There's another green 232. Do we want to mess with that tree, or could we get something good, or is this just all bad? We should get out of here. What do you think, Jonathan? You want to look at that tree again? Is it going to give us more luck? It looks like all these green things are confusing this thing, but okay. So we could look at that tree again. Maybe we'll get better luck, or we can vamoose. Jonathan says it's up to me. I guess let's just move along. We've got stuff to do. All right, let's look over here and see if this is a way. Well, this is just a move. Since I want to go this way, I'm going to look over here because I want to map this area a little bit. So let's look over here. Aha, it's an unveiler. Okay, the 413 are just the rules of the unveilers. So we bring out this card, which is a 142. If we have spare time on this mission, I think we're going to go on our side quest. So that's why I don't think we should need to waste time on these trees. So here's our 142. You spot a gap in the carbon line. It should be possible to cross without too much difficulty. So here's another way to get through the carbon line. Is this our... This is another possible area of our treasure. Right? Our treasure chest kind of looks like this circular tree. And it's different from this. This is where I thought it would be. There's another circular tree. Okay. So let's put this, no numbers here, right? So here's a potential treasure chest area. We need to bring out that treasure chest to remind ourselves the treasure map. All right, so this is our last mission. We might try to dig up all the unveilers. Plus, if we get the teleport, we might be able to jump home. All right, let me bring out an unveiler. All right, now I'm totally open to doing unveilers. Let me just remind us that digging up the unveilers or shooing them away are $3.99 and $400. So it's the 400s we want. There are 2 normal ones and a gold. We've been trying to get this gold. We'd have to eat up 2 normals to get it, and we know what one of these are, or both of them are. I think it's worth it. It might be worth it digging it up just to get rid of it from the deck so we can try to get the gold. Although you could say just leave it here, and then if we get enough to get the gold, then we can go back and get them all. But we've got a break in the carbon line here and maybe a break in it here. And this could also be our treasure map. Don't forget. There's our mysterious sketch. Whoa, that looks like it, Jonathan. Jonathan, this is where the carbon line is broken. I think that's maybe it. I think we may have found it. What do you think? Because it sure looks like it's been knocked down. That could be it. The part to the right doesn't quite look like it, but I think this might be it. All right, let's put our mysterious sketch nearby. Jonathan says it seems like a good candidate. All right, so the only question is, should we look over here? I feel like we should probably look over here too. Let me just bring out a VI. I kind of want to map this area. I'm kind of curious where this is, but maybe that's pushing our luck. But you can't go down here. So if we leave here, we're not going to want to come back. So I think we should look in here. Could come to regret this. Several skeletons are lying on the ground. The forearm of one still has its flesh perfectly preserved in a thick piece of translucent resin. No doubt from a necro-druidic weapon held by the unfortunate man. On his glove, frozen in the orange substance, is embroidered the emblem of his unit, a bag with a skull, and the number 77623, which must be his service number. You collect some ammunition before setting off again. If the quest Sower from the Father to Son, Sower from Father to Son, and then take a 155 and banish this. Otherwise, write down. So we just got a new side quest here. Whoa, this is a very cool scene. His hand is got some orange gel resin preserving it. That's insane. All right, let's write down Sower from Father to Son. On the side quest and check the initiated. And no number, huh? So we don't know where this goes. 77623. Let's write that down. What a weird thing. Take a 155. 155. What is 155? Why aren't there any left? Is that right? How can there be no 155s? Oh, you know what 155 is? 155 is ammunition. Why is there only one ammunition card? Surely there should be more ammunition cards than just one. That sucks, but all right. We found some ammunition, but we don't get it because there aren't enough. All right, well, that's banished. I wrote down his number. All right, and then 115 comes out here. I guess it's better than having to fight the Thords. Okay, 115 says a building topped by a dome is perched on a rocky outcrop left untouched by the burrowers. Whoa! Look at that. That's another gap in the carbon line possible treasure hunt place. Wow, look at that house. That looks kind of fancy. Some interesting building down here, too. Well, very tempting. Two very tempting places. I like this place up above the carbon line. Maybe it's better to say I like the carbon line stuff. All right, well, we're either going here or here. I think this almost looks more like the carbon line. Let me just take a look at this for a second. The Unveiler's one looks like a better match for your map. For the mystery sketch, you mean? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I guess it does. Although, you could argue that the tree where the treasure thing would be would be right here, and it fell down. But yes, you're right. Okay, well, shall we? I mean, I really want to visit this house too, so I'm inclined to do both of these places. I guess I would be inclined to do this. Go over, try the Unveiler and the treasure hunt, and then head back down this way. What do you think about that? Jonathan had the opposite idea. John said, go to the house first. But the thing is, the house goes south. I see, the teleporter. We got the teleporter. We could just jump right home, huh? I'm not sure we want to jump right home. I do agree for the mission's purpose, it might be the right thing to do. But that would make everything easier. Feels like that would be cheating using the teleporting, but you're right. It's a little weird if we just waltz right in, take the teleporter, waltz home. But isn't the teleporter, Jonathan, could end up teleporting us to someplace horrible, very far away? That might be dangerous. I mean, I'm okay either way. I think the teleporter, though, feels like... I think we should go this way, Jonathan. But... because if this isn't the treasure hunt, I might want to check this teleporter. I mean, this treasure hunt, even though it doesn't look like it. Wonder how far out in the carbon line we are. All right, we can go down here. It doesn't really matter. So we're going to take 2 cards to walk down there. We get to keep both of these. We've got a hand size for it, so we might as well. And now we're going to walk into this house. This very cool looking house. Cost us 1 card. $117. A sophisticated metal ladder leads to the imposing building. There is a clattering of cogs coming from beneath the roof where a giant sail is turning. There's the giant sail. Okay. Whoa, look at this. The woman who lives there is a former machinist in the Machinist Guild. She constructs machines without a care for the tenets of the Plans and Mechanisms Guild. Okay, I don't see any secret numbers, but it looks like she can make some magic stuff, which is kind of exciting. All right, let's read 267. We're going to talk to this woman. Where is the woman? I don't see her. She says, one of my creations can straighten twisted swords, sew wounds, set broken bones, and more. I can show you how it works if you provide me with some parts I need for my other inventions. Don't have time to fetch them myself. If you'd rather resume your journey, just return the dialogue book. Otherwise, you may take one of the following actions or both. So we could discard a flute, a mirror, or a spool of thread. We do have a flute. So we could do the flute. We would take a glimmer and unblock a weapon or return their injured. All right, we don't have any of those situations, so we don't care. Now, if you want to take the other action, we can get rid of a shard of Kirillin, we don't have. Banish a cooking pot, don't have, and we're not doing that. Or get rid of the juice extractor card, which we hate. So I'd be very happy to give her the juice extractor. Now, what does she give us? Tips on how to improve our crop yield. We don't need it. But she is going to give us a Hope Reborn. Let's look at that juice extractor that we have no use for. It's heavy. I mean, it costs weight, so we don't love that. But if we ever did get a Gambler's Boon, we could used to get 3 life points, take a 153. I guess we round that 99 for those upgrades. All right, take it. Take the juice extractor. Feels like we're not getting a very good deal from this woman, to be honest. But I still think it's worth it. All right, so returning a juice extractor card. I do feel like she's ripping us off, to be honest. But a 99 is nothing to sneeze at. It can give us life. It can give us upgrades. And we get +2 provisions, which we don't need. All right. I was hoping for something more exciting in here, to be honest. Let me put this VR card here. All right, so Jonathan, oops. The idea was to walk back up now. Walk back up to this unveiler, not go this way. We don't think the treasure is here. You have to remember the treasure cards are old though. What's happened? This woman, oh, she stays here, I guess. Guess we could talk to her again. Is there any chance that the treasure hunt is here? That the treasure map is here? Is there any chance? Because I don't want to... Not really. I don't think there is. Okay, so we're not going to worry about the treasure. John says, let's clear the southern fog just to make sure that... Okay, we're going to clear it. Just remember, clearing it is also creatures fighting. So Two men are carrying a long pole with a large bundle hanging from it. You'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, read 400. Well, surely we want to talk to them. All right, one card. Banish this, read 400. Surely we're going to talk to them about this interesting thing they're carrying. We're on adventures. We're not going to, clearly going to ask them about it. Okay. The men set their load on the ground and huff. That looks heavy. You can say that again. It's the booty from the ruins of Dadachaem Citadel after several days rummaging. We're hoping to sell it in Waterbank for a good price. Where is this citadel? That knowledge is not for sale, let alone given freely, but if you have something to trade, you won't go away empty-handed. We have a small chest that's cluttering us up. Almost cost Gerd here his hand when he tried to open it. The other man nods, pointing to his bandaged wrist. Cursed black magic. The involved characters may return a total of 3 cards with the barter, 1 shard of Kirillin, in order to take a 350, a bomb, or a 46 card, a potion of vigor, or a 433 card, a sealed chest. Well, I mean, I don't think we're going to give this guy 3 barter items. I'm not even sure we have 3 barter items. We got a flute. We got some food. That's not even a barter. We can't do it. We don't have 3 barter. And we keep hearing about the shard of Kirillin, but we don't know how to do it. Let's draft them to being backup jar carriers, says Jonathan. Yeah, too bad we can't. All right, well, there's nothing for us to do. We're just moving along our way. But we heard about a new citadel, huh? Dadachaem. All right. So now 211 opens up. This hasn't been very dangerous, this area that we're in. I thought it was going to be all dangerous. It seems like maybe the high walls of Goiberg rise. In the distance, a strange silence reigns around you, far from the clamor and noise of the city that you would normally expect. Whoa, we've never seen this before. Looks like a giant meteor crashed into the ground. Some wall here on the left. This is all new territory for us. Pretty cool. So I thought that this was going to be a scripted mission where damaging things were going to keep happening to our jars. But maybe the way we should think about it is it's just saying that the jars carriers can be used for health. And so it's just a matter of, it's not a matter of these jars breaking because fragile things break, but it's just a matter of, do we have enough health to get home? In which case it's not so scary. Well, I mean, look, we know we have to go here. We have to come back up here for our treasure. Eventually. And the farther we go down, the farther to come back up, but this could dead end, so depends how we think we're going to eventually get home. We sort of don't know if this carbon wall is... We don't really know if we're over here on the carbon wall, but probably not. Probably we're over here on the carbon wall. In which case we eventually want to go this way, which would be to Jonathan's credit that we'll eventually want to come back up this way. So let me read what this said again. The high walls of Guyborg rise in the distance. Strange silence, far from the clamor noise of the city that you would normally expect. So we may have a city down here. But the walls look like they're blocking us off. I mean, I'm not opposed to coming down here, Jonathan. We just have to remember, eventually we have to go back here to look for our treasure map. You want to go down here, Jonathan, and check this place out? Is it going to be a new city? All right, let's walk down here. Let's do it. I'm a little scared of this thing. Might as well see what horror befell the town, says Jonathan. All right, I'm spending a card. We can keep it if we want. It's to allow us to apply a flag. I don't think we want that. Look at the top 3 cards. Guess we're going to hold that until we have a test that needs it. This is a good test, good generic card. This is not a very useful card for us, but maybe someone's going to be sick and need it. Okay. So here we are. We're going to look down there. 1 card. 204. It's possible that this last quest is really just giving us time to do whatever we want, and it's not so scary. As you approach Guyborg, you discover a terrain riddled with all sorts of traps. Spike pits, steel traps, and no doubt many others. The city-state is obviously trying to deter anyone from entering or leaving. You'll have to be extra careful if you want to reach the ramparts in one piece. Well, all right. The nice thing is that it's not a forced action, so we can prepare for this. It gives us a 150 as a reward, but we already have a 150. So not that useful. A reward. It's got lots of mushrooms and stuff on it. That's the mushroom we know how to eat very well. So I guess we're going to start out by eating that mushroom. So we take a 53 54s and we can choose which one to eat. So we get all 3 54s. Choose one, return the others. So we can try our luck. It's delicious. This one allows us to get 4 cards. Or if we return a card, we can get 8. We could return our blessing, our focused, and re-get it and get 8 cards refreshed. But what is the benefit of this? What's a 70? Is the 70 is the way in? All right, we're committed to this. We're going in. We're going in. So I think what we do here is we choose this mushroom. We're gaming this system. We're going to choose this mushroom, and we're going to throw away our focused. So we're choosing this. We're going to throw away our focused blessing. so that we can return 8 of these cards. So we got a lot of benefit from eating that mushroom. 8 cards, that's quite a bit. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are discards. Shuffle these in. And that's because we think we're going to get back that focused in a second here. Okay. Now we've got we're going to do the compass action. We have a dog who's good at compass actions. In fact, he's 2 successes, so we would only need to get 1 success. Hopefully he won't leave us. But I think we should use these cards while we got them. All right, so we could draw no cards, but we need to get a success. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Since this isn't a forced action, we're going to use intuition right now to look at the top 3 cards, put them back in the same order. So here's our top 3 cards. So it's a 0 success, 1 success. So not so good, but if we draw 2 cards, we'll get 1 success. So we're going to bring the dog in. We're going to put this 3 here. We're going to choose to draw 2 cards. He's going to give us 2 success. And our 2 cards are going to give us our 3rd success. We can keep one of these cards. I guess we're going to keep accurate shot since well, I'll tell you what, I wonder maybe if we think we might need to break into this place, maybe we take a lockpick. Just for thematic value. Okay, now we have to see if the dog's going to run away. Roll a die. On a roll of 1, he runs away. Okay, please don't run away, doggy. Here we go. Oh no, he ran away. We don't have a carrot to bring him back. Ugh, he ran away. All right, well, he helped us out. That's very unfortunate, though. All right, what can you do? He wasn't going to stay with us forever, so what can you do? All right, now we're down here, and now we really need him, actually. Before we didn't need him so much, but now we need him. All right, that might have been, well, who knew he was going to run away? How could we have known that? But now we're in a tougher situation. Now we're in a much worse situation because without the dog, I'm not sure we have any chance of succeeding at this. And look, the moment you fail, it's all over. So actually, this is terrible. I should have paid more attention and not used the dog. Well, what could we do? It's still not forced. We could go grab a card from here. But we just need a generic card. Okay, so we could grab 1 success. Then we just need to get 2 successes. All right, we can make this work. We can make this work. We're going to take inspiration. We've come this far. We're going to make this work. We're going to take determination as 1 card. And then I think maybe we take improvise instead of health. Okay. Now we're in a much better situation to get our 3 successes from 1. because now we're allowed to use 2 cards. And we can get 1 success. Now we just need 2 successes on 2 cards. And we already know that this is going to be a success and a half. All right, so we're going to use these 2 cards. We have to use this now before we draw. So I'm going to go ahead and use this now. That gives us 1 success. So now we need 2 successes on 2 cards, and all we need is this, but we can't afford to fail this. I'm going to take 3 cards just in case, because we really need 2 successes. Otherwise, this is all for waste. Okay, so we did make it. We made it with our reflex, which lets us do stuff we don't care about. Okay. So we did succeed with 2 cards, 3 successes. We still needed to use this. Wow, that was a very expensive operation to get our focused and lose a dog. That was a terrible mistake I made, but we're refocused now. And we've succeeded. So now we get a 70. So that 70 better be worth it. Well, it is gold. What is this red thing? We don't know, right? All right, look at this. You are now only a few steps away from the gigantic double door, the only way to enter Guyborg. This feels like a trap. Jonathan says the dog ran away is a bad sign. Good job accomplishing it. Thank you. But boy, I should have been smarter about saving the dog. Okay. You're about to cross the short distance to the entrance when you hear whistling noises. A volley of arrows has just been tossed from the loosed from the ramparts. Look at this. We can't even go in. The best we can do is take cover. And we get ammunition, which we don't need. Or an arrow is going to pierce our thigh and make us wounded. And I just threw away the healing card. Oh my God. Two to get 3. That is doable. We don't have any dodging. I think that dog might have been good at dodging. Dodging. We're not good at dodging. Okay. Wow, this was a mistake, this city, trying to get in here. This is gone. No, this stays out. Guess this stays out. All right, that's pretty mean, but we're going to have to try to do this because we don't want to get injured. 2 cards, 3 successes. We can't pull that off. We're going to need to do better. How are we going to do this? I think we're about to get injured. I don't think we can do this. All right, what about, we're focused. Let's see, what does focus let us do? Grab a card from our discard. This might be what saves us. Okay, so we can take improvise, which lets us use another card. or we can take a guaranteed success. And then with 2 cards, we just need to get 2 successes. We could do that. All right, so we're going to use our focus during the consequence. All right, and then or we could take this. Actually, stealth is better. We take stealth, we get 2 no, just 1 success. But still 1 success and that's not that useful. Choose 2 cards from your discard. But this is forced, so we can't do that. Jonathan says there's also a health card in the discard we could use if we did get injured. Yes, but it would probably be better for us to not have to use it. So I think we can make this work if we just take the... We'll just take determination. But this has to be in the gear up stage. So actually that won't work for us, because this doesn't work during the... Sorry, this doesn't work during the gear up stage, but we could take this. We can take this. So we're going to come and grab this card, Stealth. This is going to give us... It is the gear up. We're allowed to look at a card, so we know we're going to get this. That's our intuitive feature. We know we're going to get this during our fight. We've used the focus. We don't really have to get this now, do we? I'm going to leave this here for now. We're probably going to use this. All right, so 2 cards. If we can get 2 successes, I'm going to take... three successes. I'm going to take 4 cards. I'm going to try to do it on our own, although the odds are not with us. Okay, so here are the 4 cards we drew. Normally we'd have to get 3 successes on 2, but we have a way around it. All right, so look at this. We actually were able to get 3 successes on our own with 2 cards. So that's why the timing of this was subtle but useful. We didn't have to do this yet. So we don't have to use this. We did it on our own. We got our 3 success off 2. We run away, but we get a 155. That was rough. And really, 155 doesn't exist? Oh, was that the ammunition? You collect some ammunition. All right, whatever. Let's get out of this place. Return this. Terrible. This place is not so hot. I'm changing my mind about this place. All right. So we've hit a dead end here, although there is stuff to look at over here. We don't think we're going to go this way, right, Jonathan? We think we're going to come up this way, so maybe we should look at this before we head back. But let's take an 8-minute break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back. I was thinking we should explore a little bit. It feels like we're going to be able to accomplish this mission. Maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I do think while we're here, we should try to build up the map a little bit since we don't know how to get to this area otherwise. I feel like we should. So let's take a look at what's here. It's free for us. In the distance, you can see a pack animal and its driver walking briskly south. You'll have to run if you want to catch up with them. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. So we could try to catch up to these people. We just need 2 successes. Doesn't seem very hard for us to do. We're allowed to look at this card. I want to talk to these people. So we get to look at this as part of our intuition ability. We can see it's 2 half stars. Not the best. 3 cards, 2 successes. We've got nothing to help, though. Let's just go ahead and try to make this work for us. I'm going to draw 4 cards total. I want to talk to these people. We only need 2 successes with 3 cards. Maybe that's... Well, no, that's about right. All right, let's see if we can succeed at this. So there's our... We only needed 2 successes. Oh, but we only used 3 cards. Okay, that's fine. So we beat it by 1. 379. Maybe we're going to get the other half of this side quest we were on. That would be nice. Okay. The man is leading a donkey carrying full bags and baskets. What can the chain and its link do for you? If your influence is 15 or higher, read 364. Okay, it is. It is higher. So 364. That's pretty high influence. He says, you're the leader of the community settled in Ninadazer's Citadel, aren't you? The story of your exploits has reached me. Here, take this. It's not much, but it makes me happy, he says, rummaging through the bag. It's not every day I have the honor of meeting someone great. Oh, that's us. Take a 249. If there's no 249, we get a 250. Okay, so 249s are these items. Is this the armor? No, acrobat's potion. It's another potion. Well, we do like these potions quite a bit. And now we could barter with him. So here's the potion we got. We do have a lot of potions, but they're very useful to us. So nothing to sneeze at. We've got potion of vigor. We've got lots of potions. Okay, so I'm going to add our potion here. Now, do we want to barter with him? All we really have is a flute and a sack of grain. I feel like we probably don't. I mean, maybe we could get a carrot. We could have helped keep our dog. I'm not inclined to barter, but let's make conversation. Let's see what he knows about this place. 398. Says, if you're playing scenario that, you're not. If we have fugitive, we don't. We have criminal, but he's not a fugitive. Otherwise, roll a die. Okay. Okay, I rolled a 1, so 423 is what he has to say to us. He says, I once witnessed a duel of honor between two women who were so skillful they never missed their targets. After 2 hours, the contestants, covered in wounds and bruises, finally agreed to end the duel. I regretted not attending the traditional kick the backside. He says, there's no greater affront than not kicking the loser's rump. And then we get +1 notch. Okay, that would have helped us in our encounter with the nobleman. If we had known this, we would have kicked him in the butt instead of trying to save his face. Okay, so there's that. That was there. So now 93 comes out. Hey, look what I see. It's a quest-specific card. Now, that makes me a little nervous, to be honest. To be completely honest, that makes me nervous that our jars are going to break. In the distance, you see two massive plant creatures whose root legs tear and crush the obstacles they encounter. It's Dadachaem's hunters, created to track down and destroy the caterpillars you're carrying. They do not seem very fast. You could try to force your way through, but your cargo is fragile. Okay, I spoke too soon. This is very dangerous for us. Whoa, look at these creatures. That's terrifying. During the results step of the following action, for each objective card you have, you must ignore 1 success. Whoa, we have to ignore 3 successes. So we can run or dodge. We already know we're terrible at dodging. But 4 and 2, but really it's now 4 and 5 because we've got 3 jars. However, if we succeed, we get a Hope Reborn. If we fail, we lose a break a jar. Jonathan says, run away. We don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. We can go the other way. So Jonathan has a good point. Like, even if we pass these guys, let's put them out where they belong. All right, so they go there. Even if we walk by them, we want to go this way, we'd have to do them again every time we want to get by them. So this is letting us, we don't have to, this is just, we're going to have to get past one of these guys on the way home. But it doesn't have to be these guys. Okay, Jonathan says, let's just leave. All right, I agree with you. Let's just leave. We don't have to do it. So we're going to walk up here, draw a card, keep it. Then we're going to walk up here, draw a card, keep it. This lets us draw cards, pick one we want. All right, well, we're going to walk here. Let's draw 2 cards. We can keep both of these. This one, there's no reason to keep. We could keep this one, though. I'm going to get rid of lock picking and keep this. This is a little bit better. All right, we're going to do the unveilers now. We've made it back to these unveilers. How do we handle the unveilers again? All right, so we could look at it just to scare it away, but then the 400 will stay in the deck, and we want to get rid of it. Do the treasure map first. Okay, yes. Let's do the treasure map first. All right, so we think that we might be on a space with the treasure map. So how do we do this? We need 3 successes to even try. And it's a climb action. Which we don't have anything to help us do, right? A pole doesn't help us climb. Iron bar, no. All right, so we have to do this on our own, but we can keep as many cards as we want. And we've got symbols. That doesn't help us. Doesn't help us. This lets us keep cards in our hand. All right, well, I'm going to do the... There's nothing to gear up, huh? We don't have any... Yeah. All right, I am going to peek at this card as part of our intuition. So we know we've got 1 success coming, and now we have to refresh our hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 10 cards go back. That brings our health down to... I need help knowing what this was. I think it was 84, so I'm losing 10 to 74. Please correct me if that was wrong. I think it was 84 and I brought it down to 74, but tell me if it was set 74 instead. I don't want to cheat by 10 health. Now, if we fail this, nothing bad happens. Jonathan, are you confirming for me if the health was at 74 or 84? So I had to drop it by 10. So I think it was at 84 and I've dropped it to 74, but I messed with the dial, so I'm not 100% sure. Okay, this is our top card. And we need to get 3 successes. We can use as many as we want. I think if I take 4 cards, I should be able to get 3 successes. If not, we can do it again. Okay, let's see. All right, so we did get our 3 successes. We don't get to keep any of these. John says, I went back and checked. It was at 84. Okay, so we lost 10 health to refresh our cards. So now we're at 74. That's correct. We did succeed here. So now we take the terrain card here plus 4. So this is a 142. So 146 we're looking for to see if it's treasure. Look at this. We found it. We found our treasure map. We've been looking for this for many sessions. Jonathan, we just found it. Let's read what this says again. This is a momentous moment. The book, an autobiography written several cycles ago by a waterbank ship owner, is absolutely insipid, except for a passage where it mentions a secret, thanks to which the author would have continued to prosper until his retirement. Hidden where no burrower can come and dislodge it, it awaits the day when a successor will appropriate it. On the next page, a sketch has been drawn. Okay, we used that sketch. We matched it up to this location here. And we've just uncovered it. Something is hanging from the top of a tree. It's a leather bag containing a dark outfit and a parchment on which reads, "It is time for me to hand over the leadership of the Waterbank Thieves Guild. It is thanks to this armor I have been able to avoid bad luck and rise to the top. Whoever you are, show yourself worthy." Banish the mysterious sketch card. Okay. Take a 99. That's nice. Hope Reborn. That's another upgrade for us. And flip this card. It's a master burglar's suit. It can be used for sneaking, climbing, or balancing to get successes. That's amazing. And you could use it for fighting to give you shields. Look, every cloak is a shield, but you can use it up to 4 times. It's a weight of 1, but we've got space because we gave away that juice extractor. But this is amazing that you could get 2 successes on a sneak or a climb. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. This I don't care so much about, but that's pretty good because we frequently have have sneaks or climbs that we have no weapons for. All right, that's fun. That's fun. And it doesn't break unless you try to use it to defend yourself. All right. Well, here we are back here again now, and we're going to dig up that unveiler. All right, that was fun. All right, a dig action that we have to take is where? Oh, I see. Dig action. All right, so we have to do 3-0. Okay, so we just have to draw 3 cards, and then we get the 400. All right, so there's our 3 cards. These are some good cards we may want to try to recover. Don't get to keep any of those, unfortunately. All right, and now we take a 400. So remember, the whole point of this is to get at this gold card if we find more unveilers. We still have to find 3 of them. It seems unlikely. Let's see what we got. Oh no, it's this guy. A vapor shape full of lightning appears in front of you, a spider, so called by peasants because of the hatred this wandering soul has for all those who live. A hole forms in its center like a toothless mouth, from which a sinister shriek escapes. You think you can make out intelligible words in the middle of this cacophony. Immediately after this is revealed, read 473, or if you would rather fight the creature. Do we know how to, you think he's always going to be nice to us if we're mean to him? All right, let's do it. Let's read his thing. I'm afraid that different spiders are going to react differently to being yelled at. But let's see. We're not going to fight him. We don't like fighting these guys. We like hanging out with them. But I don't know if they're all going to react the same way. I don't remember if it's always 473 that we got. Do you remember? Okay, he says, this does look familiar. He says, what right do you have to live when I am died? He hisses. How will you answer? We could say, do you think my life is so great? I'm in over my head with responsibilities. That's what we said before. He doesn't like being corrected. All right, so we're going to yell at him. So we're going to do it again, 440. Let's see if he helps us again. The spider pauses, waiting for the rest of your explanations. Okay, now we have to negotiate with him. So we do need to succeed, but we do have people that are good at negotiating. Let's see. Actually, this woman was good at negotiating, but she's taking a break. But we do have this guy who does seem like he might be able to talk with our guy pretty well. And actually, we have this thing, which gives us a success for negotiating. In fact, we don't really need this guy. This is better. So let's just wear our elegant hat while we talk to this guy. And then how will we, so that's 1 success. But we need 3 successes. We can use as many cards as we want. Do we have any shields if we need it? I mean, do we have any... So we have no way to make this better if we need it. We need 3 successes, so we only need 2 successes. But we actually could, here, look, we could generate those 2 successes with this if we needed to. So we actually can guarantee this is a success. So let's just draw 3 cards that should get us our 2 successes. If we fail, well, actually, now I think the thing to do, actually, might be to bring this guy. Oh, we don't have to draw it. We can draw as many cards as we want. I think maybe we draw 0 cards and just use one of these up. because our hand is full. It saves us 3 cards. Yeah, let's do that. You have to have a companion. That's fine. We'll bring him with us. We'll bring the hat. And we just draw no cards. You don't even need the hat. All right, this is what I'm going to do. So I'm drawing 0 cards, but I'm using these 3 things to get success and 2 successes from this. That's the 3 successes. I think that's the right thing to do. The hat doesn't get spent. He goes back into our hand. We saved ourselves some cards. And we succeeded. So we choose one of our side quests and click its finished box. So here's the thing, though. If we look at our quests here, this one, father to son, nothing happens if we finish it. This one, though, does a good deed does trigger. And this is hard to do. So I think this is the one we do right here, Jonathan. It says when 4 are checked, read 402. So I guess that's going to be what we think he does if he says he finishes it. So I would do the finish one. The cold hard cash 365. That's fine too. Let me just read if it says when you finish it that you read something. It says when 4 boxes have checked, check the initiated. Then all you have to do is seek out the collector at the Palace of Kel. All right, so if we do this one, it's weird how this guy, he wants to complete our stuff. What does he do, though? Does he just make us mark it? Let me just read what he says. He says, check its finished box without applying any related effects. So what does that mean? It doesn't get us anything? Maybe we were misreading that. Like, maybe he's stopping us from achieving a side quest. Yeah, maybe we're not supposed to do that, Juicer. Maybe this is bad. Maybe he's basically blocking us from doing a quest. Is that creature hurting us? We thought he was being nice to us, Jonathan. Is he actually blocking us? Oh my gosh. That son of a bitch. I gave him a carrot. Well, he brought us he forgot what he was trying to do, and he brought us the juicer, even though he wasn't supposed to. But this time he knows what he's doing, and he's blocking a quest from us. Now all of a sudden I don't like this guy as much. All right, what are we going to do, Jonathan? Which quest are we giving up? How about Mirror of the Soul? That seems like a bad one. Mirror of the Soul or the bringing the pig back seemed kind of boring. Jonathan is okay with Mirror of the Soul. Okay, hopefully we won't come to regret this. All right. Well, I'm not so happy about these creatures anymore. I thought they were nice to us. Of course, I don't want to fight them either. Next time we might have to be condescending to them or something. All right. That was funny. What brought that about? That was the magic? Yeah, that was magic. That was what this deceiver unveiler found for us. Not very nice of him. Discard this. All right. Well, we still have a chance to get the gold unveiler if we're lucky. And we did get our treasure. That's good. All right. Well, I guess we got to come over here. Well, we can look at this first, I guess. Have we not done that? 403. Let's do that. Maybe we'll get some insight into what's going on here. A young woman dressed in dark blue is searching through the rubble at the foot of the wall. Good day. What are you looking for? What am I looking for? The truth. To restore my late mother's honor. You wouldn't happen to have anything to sew this with, by any chance? Oh, we don't have any thread. You want to hear her story. If you want to sew her cape, we have to give a spool of thread. Unfortunately, we don't have any thread. We've been looking for thread for a long time. All right, let's hear her story, though, 214. Was your mother's honor violated? She led the Ash Tree Shields, one of Kel's most valiant units. She was in every battle against the burrowers right up to the so-called fallback of the Carbon Line. Her superiors criticized her for calling a premature retreat, when in truth her battalion fought until there was no hope of winning. She avoided sacrificing her troops unnecessarily, but Kel exiled her to Birabenek's Citadel as an example, and she died of exhaustion a few cycles later. Since the reversal, I have been trying to prove that she was not a coward, searching for evidence of the bravery of men and women who fought here. One involved character may choose up to 2 cards with a strength class icon in their discard pile and add them to their hand. Okay. But we do have room in our hand for a strength card if we find one. Here we have one. Now, it's an interesting question about whether these question marks count. I've been ruling that they don't when you're asked for a specific one, but I don't know what the actual rule is. Cody, any theory on that? This I'd like to look up. This feels like an FAQ type question. It says you can take a strength card symbol, a card with a strength card symbol. So I'm treating that as these don't count, but really you could argue that they do count. And we'll just bring that back into our hand. So unfortunately, we don't have a spool of thread to give her. Kind of sad. I'd like to help her out. John says, do you remember the unfriendly town name, what the unfriendly town's name was? Maybe we can find a rough idea of where we are on the map. That's a great idea. It was with a G. It was with a G. Let's see if we can find it on the map. That's a very good idea. Okay, let's see. We think we're up north here. Here, look. Is that the Carbon Line? No. Yes, it is. Here is the Carbon Line. So here is where the Carbon Line is. So we are all here. somewhere here. Probably closer to here. So we're going to make our way down through here to where Waterbank is, I guess. Or we could go this way where those creatures were. We're not trying to do that. But, so I guess where that town was, over here somewhere. It was a good question though, but our map doesn't really go that far. Maybe we're up here somewhere. Oh no, wait, there it is. There it is, Guyborg. Guyborg. But I guess, were we like here trying to get through the carbon line to Guyborg? It's kind of weird. Oh no, it's right. It's right. It's right. We actually, sorry, we did pass through the carbon line to get to Guyborg. So we did sneak through here and get to Guyborg. Okay, good call, Jonathan. Well, we may have a long way to go then left. But surely it's better than going right. Okay, you were right. That was a good idea to check the map. It was Guyborg. I forgot that we had gone through the line. Okay, that was good. It's nice to fill in more of the map. All right, so she stays out. If we do find a spool, we can come back and give it to her. Otherwise, I guess we're going over here. You could swear you heard a muffled noise. During the draw step of the following action, you may not draw more than 3 cards unless you are focused. Well, we are focused, so we can draw more than 3 cards. I'm not sure we want to, though. But if we fail it, we don't get a second chance. So I think we do want to succeed at this. It is a forced action and a listen. We're not good at listening. But we are focused, so we could draw more cards. All right, so let's try to make this work because I'd like to see what this thing is. Probably we're going to be able to eat it. We only need 2 successes. 3 should be enough. But 1 extra card won't kill us. All right, well, we way overdid it. That's fine. Banish it. So we got the squirmy thing. Let's see what it is. Can we eat it? Is it one of these centipedes we can eat? Wait, what? A shape squirming on the ground. Take a 320. Okay, well, here's the shape squirming on the ground. You rush to the man on the ground, convulsing. He bucks and grunts as froth builds from between his clenched teeth. If you'd rather go on your way, and you have a Robern card. Robern or Reborn? Robern, don't know what that is. Banish it and banish this. Otherwise, we've got to heal this guy. All right. Well, we don't have our healing card in hand, but maybe we should go get it next time because it feels like we might need to find people. We don't have a Robin card, so that's that. So we have to do this. With 2 cards, we need 3 successes. That's hard to get. That's hard to get. And we don't have the cards we need. What happens if we fail? we're going to get depressed. I'd like to succeed in this. I just don't know how to do that. Well, we are focused. So we can take a card from the discard. Maybe we'll get lucky and our heal card is in here. Hey, look at that. Being focused is going to save our life. Okay. So we're going to try to pass this on our own. If we get lucky, we don't need to use focus, but if we do, we can use focus. Okay. So we're going to take we're going to take 4 cards. We're going to try to get 3 successes on our own with 2 cards. Probably not, in which case we'll use focus and we'll be able to do it. All right, let's see what we got here. So with 2 cards, we can get 3 success on our own, thanks to that nice reflex card. Okay. So we succeeded on our own. We didn't need to use the focus. I'm getting the hang of this a little bit better. I do think we might want to try to get that medical card, though, and have it in hand, because we seem to be meeting lots of injured people. All right. You prevent him from swallowing his tongue until he stops convulsing. Thank you, he manages to say. Take a 49. I got a glimmer of hope. Okay. And what else? A 64 card. I don't know that we've seen a 64 card before. What is a 64 card? You want to see what a 64 card? It is a Robern card. What is a Robern? My name is Robern. I was on my way to work at the deep sea mine. A few days ago, I ran away from an area infested with burrowers, but I tripped and I hit my head hard on a rock. I thought I was not going to make it. You've seen me have seizures, which I've had regularly ever since. I have little hope of becoming a miner now, but perhaps you would agree to let me join you. You consent to his proposal, hoping that he will not become a burden. Oh boy, look at this guy. When you perform a recovery, which is the thing that brings cards back, take a 320. That's where he has a seizure. That's his seizure. Every time you recover everything, he has a little seizure. But look, he can generate strength symbols. That's pretty nice. And he's good at digging and running. That's pretty interesting. Jonathan says, our party really grew in these final 2 parts. It's true. So every time we recover, he might have another seizure. He will have another seizure. He's an artisan. Interesting. Return this. Okay, pretty funny. All right, he is an artisan. Why did we want an artisan again? There are some cards that want artisans, some encounters, but I'm not sure we know where any of those are. All right, we've got another member of our party. If we need to, don't forget, look what we can do. We can block 2 companions instead of losing a jar. Artisans help during construction. Oh, yes, they help during construction. That's quite useful, actually. Okay, so that was our 403, or was it this? Let me just look. 403. It must have been 403 that we did. That was the squirming guy. So I should have this out here, right? We didn't, or did I just do this? Maybe I just did that. Pack animal. I think you did the fog. I did the fog, huh? Okay. In that case, I guess the 403 was the pack animal. No. What was the 403? Why don't I see a 403? Oh, the 403 was this woman. Okay, so this must have been the fog, because the 403 look gave us this. So the 403 was that guy. That was the fog for sure. Okay, 97. A thatched building stands at the far edge of a rocky gorge. The stagecoach parked next to it suggests that it might be a coaching inn. Oh, look at this. Well, look at that precipitous drop. All right. No numbers anywhere. This looks dangerous. Is this really where you build a coaching inn? Next to this giant drop? Okay, let me put this there. All right, let me put out these things here. Thank you, Jonathan, for checking. All right, so I guess we should have walked over here first. Draw a card. Guess I'm going to throw that away. All right, what shall we do? I mean, obviously, we're going to check out this inn. John says, can we check our screenshot map? This looks familiar to me. Okay, sure. So we're just left of the carbon line. So I don't think we've been here. But do we think we're over here more? Wait, Jonathan's right. Look there. Is that it? That's it right there. Holy cow. We made it. So this is the end of the carbon line. Curves. Oh, good eye, Jonathan. So carbon line must curve like that. And we have made it back to familiar territory here. Did we go inside this inn? I can't remember. It feels like we're not going to have much trouble getting home on this mission. Might want to try to accomplish some side quests. All right, well, unless you remember what there's in this inn, I guess we go into it. John says, we didn't go in the inn and we didn't go into that ship to the left. Okay, so we were on a rush, but now we can. Well, it's nice to merge up the maps, actually. So now we are going to grow our map. All right, so do we know what's to the left of this? Yes, that's the ship, but we do want to go there. And we know this is a place we may not want to go. So let's go to the inn that we don't think we went to before, 360. It's Errata, but look at this. It's Vesnia. A man is standing on the threshold of the building. Welcome to the Gurgling Coaching Inn. My wife Vesnia and I provide connections to Kell and Waterbank. Thanks to agreements with the two cities, we can take you there without you having to show your credentials at the entrance. You introduce yourself in turn. Okay, now this is eroded. That's the first thing to point out. But the second thing to point out is we have a delivery for this person. All right, what is the errata for 360? It says the empty flag added on the back of the 360 card. Creation of an alternate scenario-specific version of the 360 card. That's confusing, but maybe it's here. Maybe we can find it. It's on the other side. Okay, it's this guy. Okay, so... Aha! This is not good news for us. Because look what they've done. They've eroded the 360 with Vesnia, who is one of the people we have to deliver something to, but they've eroded us a special card for our quest for this scenario. Okay, so we're back. If you see that technical difficulty, that's what I put off when we lose connection. So when it comes back on, it means everything's fixed, but I have yet to turn back on. All right, so I don't know where exactly we left off, but basically we got ripped off because there's now a mission-specific errata card. And there's actually two random versions of it. So the default one lets us go to travel to Cal, and it's Vesnia, who we have to bring something. Jonathan says, if he's not going to accept the package, let's open it in front of him. Jonathan, I like the way you're thinking. Now, there's only one weird thing. There's actually two in my printout. There's actually two versions of the errata. So let me see. We've got one. Let's do it this way. One of them says, he tells us a story. And in the other one, what happens? It looks like the same thing. All right, let's read this one. It says, a man is standing on the threshold of the building. Welcome to the Gurgling Coaching Inn. We usually provide connections to Kel and Waterbank. Unfortunately, enormous plant creatures are currently roaming along the road to the two city-states, and we cannot run the risk of taking you there at the moment. Immediately after this is revealed, one involved character may choose one card in the discard pile and bring it to their hand. Okay, so he's not going to bring us to Kel. I think maybe we should take the... Well, it's hard to argue with this. I'm going to take determination instead, because it's so. If we take inspiration, we can take 2 cards. Guess I'll take inspiration instead and plan to bring this out in a second. All right, so he's not helping us. That's fine. Jonathan says we're gonna spite this guy and open his package in front of him. All right, so where is this place? Okay. So here he is. Here we are. We have to get rid of a card. I'm going to get rid of this one. I don't like this. Now I'm going to use this right away, I think. I'm going to use this right away because I don't want to get caught in a situation and need it. I'm going to take determination. And I am going to take improvise, and I'm going to throw away superior strength. Okay, so that's what I took here. All right, now back to our game. This guy doesn't want to help us with his wife delivering the package. So here we go. Says when another card mentions Vesnia, take a 462 and banish it. We could deliver this to this guy, but he's not having it. So we're going to open it up on our own, right in front of him. So we're going to banish this thing. This is not the drug deal, I don't think. Read 435. Okay, let's see what happens. This is a little nerve-wracking. Oh, we don't get another card. If we delivered it, we'd get a 462. So we're just going to banish it and read 435. All right, let's see what happens. I'm a little nervous, but if there was ever a time to do it, I guess now is it. Just remember, Jonathan, you were the one who said to do this. The parcel contains a small and ordinary box, which, to your great surprise, contains only a simple letter. My dear Vesnia, the person who gave you this parcel is the one who delivered your 2 sons, may their souls rest in peace, to Dadachaem Citadel. I promised you I would find the person responsible. It took me a long time, but I finally succeeded. I promised them a big reward, so they would give you the package in person. You may now have your revenge, but try to do it as quietly as possible. I wouldn't want the purveyors to trace it back to us. I, for one, consider my debt to you paid in full. You congratulate yourself on your indiscretion. Who knows what would have happened if you had brought the package to its recipient? Holy cow. Look at that. Now, how do we go and kill the person who gave us this package? Look at that. Very sneaky. We dodged a bullet. Good work, Jonathan. Wow, that is crazy. We get 349 cards. 1, 2, 3. 3 glimmers of hope. Crazy. There's only one more glimmer of hope left. And we got a 154, which is lucky. That's so interesting. The 7th Citadel people are very willing to do that kind of thing. All right, so it all worked out for the best. Pretty fun. So that guy, I feel like if this was a video game, we would now kill this house. We would kill everyone in this house now. But we don't have that option. All right. Good work, Jonathan. All right, so now we see, though, that this game on this scenario does not want us shortcutting the route home. Let's look at our map again. So here we are. We know how to get home. It's not that hard to get home now. I think maybe we should do our other mission in Kel. All right, well, either way, we're going to the, we should go and check out that boat to the left that we skipped, right? All right, so I'm gonna look over here. Whoa, look at this. The contents of a broken cart are strewn about the ground. Shredded books, tattered clothes, a massive trunk tipped on its side. As for the cart driver, if they're still alive, then they are nowhere to be seen. If they died, the body was probably carried away by whatever rampaging creature attacked. Unless it's a trap. Okay, let's see. We've got lock picking, which I keep throwing away the cards for. But that's because we've got someone who knows how to lockpick. So he knows how to lockpick. He can turn flags into successes. 2, 4. If we succeed, we're going to get a 199 and a 149. I guess we want that. All right, let's see if we can open this up. So it's a lockpick. If we can get 2 flags, that will be 2 successes. 4 successes, not so easy, but we can use determination. It's not a forced action. And look, with experience, we can generate his 2 flags. That would only give us 1 success, though. So 1 success, 2 success, and then we could use 2 cards to get our own 2. Okay, I think we can do that. But we're going to spend this now. We have to decide now to spend it. That's 1 success. We're bringing this guy. We're almost certainly going to use him, but we'll draw ourselves 3 cards. We're hoping, let's draw 4 cards. Maybe we can get away with not using this. Okay, 4 cards. We need 3 successes, but we can use him for some of them. And we can keep 2 of them. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right, so we did pretty bad on our draw, except, yeah, we did actually pretty bad here. With 2 cards, we can generate 2 successes. So, and we've got 1 here. So we just need 1 more success. Unfortunately, we didn't get enough symbols to trigger this without the help of this. We could use this instead. No, we can't, actually. This does not help us. Oh, yes, it does. So we could use instead 3 cards. Depends whether we want to use this or this. I think probably this is better to use. And keep this for ourselves. Okay, so 1 success, 2, 3, and then he's going to give us 4th by spending this card. Okay, so there's our 4 successes. So we did succeed. We don't get to keep any of those. The trunk gave way. You did well. You can go back into our party. A 149, which is going to be some piece of junk we probably don't want. Well, it's provisions, and a 199. Gonna be another piece of junk we probably don't want. Maybe we should have just let it go. That's interesting. We've never seen this before. It's for building. It's one weight, but look, it's building. No, yes, it's building. But also, you can use this to unblock stuff. That's pretty cool. It's a trinket. And it's good at lockpicking. All right, now what's our weight? We might be overweight at this point. All right, let's see. What's our weight? 2, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so we're 1 overweight. What are we going to drop? We're not dropping our scepter. We haven't used our sword for a while, but it is pretty useful with this +1. Iron bar, it's good for strength tests, but it is heavy. It has helped us a lot. Longbow. Longbow is not that useful. We have used it, but it's not that useful. Net. Armor of Authority. Can we drop that because we have this now? Yes. I think maybe we drop that. Armor of Authority. Because we can't use both of them. This thing is more flexible and can generate more shields. This blocks unsettling, but I think the thing to do is drop the Armor of Authority. Jonathan agrees. Okay. So we're going to drop that. That lets us carry our weapons and have room to carry something else if we need to. I think that was the right thing to do. Yes, that was the right thing to do. All right, and then we've got this jam, which is fragile. We could trade it. We could gain life. We can get uninjured, and we can make a cure. All right. Okay, not bad. And now 183 comes out. We thought we knew what was here, Jonathan, but look what we've got. Scenario specific. In the distance, you see 2 massive plant creatures whose root legs tear and crush the obstacles they encounter. Dadachaem's hunters, created to track down and destroy the caterpillars you're carrying. They do not seem very fast. You could try to force your way through, but your cargo is fragile. So unfortunately, we thought we were going to get to investigate that boat. But we've got this. Now, what is our plan? I mean, we can avoid these guys and go a different route. But obviously, we're going to have to face them at some point. I'm not sure now is where we... I mean, we could face them now here. And then continue like that. But if we want to go to Kel, then maybe this is not the way to go. Sort of depends whether we want to... Jonathan says, I don't think it makes sense to deal with them until we have to. So instead, Jonathan, we can just head down. head south. Get on this nice singing path. All right, so we're just going to leave them here. And we're going to instead look this way. Interesting. A crevasse prevents you from going any further. It's not very wide, but your gaze gets lost in the bottomless abyss. When you take one of the following actions, all characters on the player's active player's terrain must get involved. If you're playing this scenario, you may not take the jump action. So, what's the jump action? That? I thought that was balance. Oh, that dog really could have helped us. All right, so we're not allowed to take this action. So it would take us 8 cards to go over this thing. This is a weird card here to find here. How does it know it's safe to jump over this? Oh, it doesn't. It just goes away. All right, well, we don't have to do this. What would we do if we didn't want to do this? If we didn't want to do this, this is here. If we didn't want to do this, we'd have to go back down here and go through this. No, we've been through there. You can't do that. All right, well, we're in a bit of a rough spot here, Jonathan. It's either this, which is the wrong way, or this, or this. So we could take 8 cards and go straight through this way. Whether that would save us from having to meet more creatures, though, I don't know. It might be smarter for us to just go over these guys, because this is a random card. And why do we have so few cards in our hand? A little concerning. I think we might have to... Jonathan says, I'm inclined to go over this, huh? The thing is, remember, this is a random card. So if we go over this, I feel like it's not going to... Like, this path is not going to be safe. I feel like sooner or later it's going to make us go past these guys. And this isn't going to count as going past them, since this was random. So I feel like if the game's going to make us go past one of these creatures, then we might as well go past one of it now, rather than random and then have it go past another creature. Let me take a look at this card. For each objective, we lose a success. We have to do a dodge, but they all have dodge. We should have prepared for that, but maybe we can. Where's our armor? So our armor is good at dodging, but only for shields. That's not what we want. How are we going to get through this? The other reason we might not fight these creatures is because, Jonathan, we don't have the items we need. We don't have the items we need. We need to get more cards from our hand. And we're going to have to fight these. discard this card, replace it with a 183. Is that going to be a fight? I'm a little concerned that we don't have good cards in our hand for this. If we go down... 8 cards. Boy, that's a lot of cards. And for a temporary action, it's only if we wanted to, if we really want to go down, that I think we should do that. But it is Kel down there. Do we want to go to Kel? Just see this a little bit. So all right, so the monsters are here, and the 8 cost fog is here. I feel like if we walk past the 8 cost fog, we are going to get told we're going to have to face more monsters. John says if we don't go to Kel, we can wrap this up in one stream. And I'm not sure how good the side quest in Kel will be. I think you have a good point there. Like, I think maybe we can wrap this. Maybe we should try to wrap this up rather than prolong it. I think we're going to have a easy time then of getting home either way. We're going to have to fight these creatures. But, okay. We think we have time. Just trying to think. If we're not going to Kel and we're going home, then I think we should do this. Because this is still a quicker route home. Well, I guess they're the same route, but if we're gonna, I think we're gonna have to fight only 1 or 2 creatures. And this is random, there could be more creatures here or here. So I'm gonna have us fight these creatures. Maybe it's better for us to find out now how tough the creatures are rather than later. All right, so let's see what we've got here. I'm just gonna bring these over. Okay, so, oh, unless we should prepare for this. Oh, that was the reason not to do this now. Because we're low on cards, we need to prepare. Boy. 4 cards, 5 cards, we need 5 successes. That's difficult for us. Maybe we're not ready for this. Not without more cards. All right, I'm going to do Jonathan's thing. We're going to just waste 8 cards. This does not feel smart to me. Let's see. Jonathan says, can you just walk over a terrain and back to draw some cards if you really want to? Yes, we absolutely could. But then yes, let's do that. Thank you for humoring me and fighting these. Okay, so I'm going to walk over here. I'm going to draw 2 cards and see if we want to keep them. Here's a runaway flight. I guess I'll keep that. On the double doesn't help. Then I'm going here, drawing 2 cards. These do not help. Just going to throw these away. I'm going to do it again. This is kind of, oh, sorry, you can't see. This is kind of crazy. I'm walking here, drawing 2 cards. Here we go. That's what I wanted. Acrobatics. Kind of like this card too. Um, all right, let's do that. Now I'm going to walk over here. Unfortunately, I have to draw 2 cards. I'm going to throw that away. All right, now we're ready to deal with this. I'm going to take this card to look at the top 3 and put them back in any order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. 7, 8, 9. I'm just gonna spend 10 points. Okay, now we're down to 64, and now we got to do this guy's thing. After I do this. Form a recovery, finish resolving the action in progress, then take a 320. Okay, so this guy could actually get us stars. All right, so I used up the thing that lets me look at these 3 cards. So here are the 3 cards that we're going to draw in the next test we take. So we can get 2 success on 2 cards. This is what we're facing. We need 5 successes. And we're able to keep 4 cards. So we're going to be able to get 3 on our own. Surely we'll be able to get 4 on our own. Then we would just need 1 more. And where's our person who's good? He's good at running. Good at running. So we can take him. 2 flags would get us our extra success. This would let us keep an extra card. Actually, though, acrobatics would be even easier. That would get us 2 successes right there. All right, so we are going to succeed in this. I'm going to draw 5 cards. We wasted a lot of cards to do this, but okay. So I've drawn 5 cards and I'm bringing this guy. We need 5 successes. Okay, so with our 4 cards that we're going to bring on our own, we're getting 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. We need 5 to avoid breaking any jars. So we just need 1 more success. And we have 2 flags here and here, which can generate his extra success. So we don't need to use acrobatics. We did get our 5 successes. So we did manage to force our way through. We do take a 99, another Hope Reborn. Then these monsters turn into 183. So what's happening here with this 183 is the question. So we forced our way through. I think something bad's going to happen to us here. Not far from dead corals colonized by shells, a wreck emerges. Is that right? Oh, I see. It brought out the normal one. Okay. Well, then that wasn't so bad. All right. I mean, we can get upgrades with these guys. That's not so bad. All right. So this comes back out. Okay, and now we got to do this guy's thing. So we take a 320. All right. And he has an epileptic fit, which I should have prepared for, but I didn't. All right, so he's either going to die and we're going to get depressed, or we're going to get another glimmer of hope, which we wouldn't mind. We've got 4 glimmers. I think there's just 1 more glimmer, and we'll be able to upgrade. So let's try to get this guy's glimmer. It's a forced action, though, and we don't have anything to help heal. That's unfortunate. But if we draw a bunch of cards and we can improvise, we should be able to do it. So let's draw 4 cards. I think we should be able to succeed. Not guaranteed, though. Okay. Do we really care? We don't have anything to help us with this, right? What about our... Wait a minute. We're lucky. We can use our lucky. Or we can take a card from the discard if we want to help him heal. No. Okay. But we can use our lucky. That's fine. Okay. So, not great. We need 3 successes with 2 cards. But we can use our improvise to go +1 card. That's 3 cards, 3 successes. Okay, so that's fine. So we did succeed. That gives us another glimmer. Robin stays in our camp. And we get a 64 if there's any left, but that 64 is just him, so that's it. Return this. All right. That's an interesting little mechanic. Okay. We had to use this, I think. All right. Well, now we can walk over here. Keep this card. Choose up to 3 cards to bring them back. I'm tempted to take the heal action again. I'm going to use this because I don't want to wait too long. Did improvise block? Improvise block. Thank you. Okay, improvise block. So I don't get to take that back. But I can take any cards we want from either deck. Let's see. I mean, I wouldn't mind experience. Get the 3 cards, huh? Healer, I wonder. This was kind of fun. Where's our instant success? I don't mind taking these 2. The flight card. I don't think we need acrobatics. Let's see, what else could I take? We should take the cards that we know we need to fight these guys again. So I'll keep acrobatics. Okay, fine. I'm going to take these 2 cards into hand, though. And then block this card, too. Okay, fine. All right. Thank you, Jonathan. All right. So at least we've got a full hand again. And now we've walked over here. And we remarked that last time we played, we didn't have time to check out this boat. So we're going to check it out now. So 1 card, 383. Is it time to take a break, Jonathan? I'm sort of confused because we were offline for a bit. Let's see what we've got here. You notice several hammocks hanging between the beams, as well as some empty barrels. Hidden in a corner, you find a crate you could break open. All right, so we could smash the crate to pieces. 142 149s, which are little items. 155, I don't remember what that is. All right, but we should bash this. It seemed pretty easy to do. And then maybe we should use... We have 5 glimmers, so we should trade these in for Hope Reborn. And maybe we should upgrade to see if we can't... I think we have enough upgrades to open up another number before the end of this stream. Why don't we break this crate open first? Okay, so it's a... It's just a fight. I think maybe we can bring this guy to the fight. What weapons do we have? We can generate 2 symbols. So we could use this that you've selected. I'd rather not have that break, to be honest. I don't want to take any chances here. There, that's what we'll use. We'll use our sword and this guy. And then we just need 3 successes. We can get them in various ways. I'll draw 4 cards. We could keep all 4 if we need to. Feels like we should be able to do this. Okay. So actually, with 3 cards, we've got 3 successes. There's the, 3 cards, 3 successes. And furthermore, we've got 2 flags, which can trigger his extra success. Then we don't even, I guess we could do it this way too. Doesn't matter. We succeed. Okay, maybe we drew too many cards. Doesn't matter. 2 149s, various items, and a 155. $155 was one of our blessings we already have. All right, so we wasted that. Let's see what items we got. Another flute and juggling balls, which get rid of confused, which we don't really need. Or take a 150. I guess we'll take the juggling balls since we already have a flute. Oh, we get them both? We get them both. All right. We got an abundance of riches this game. All right, and then banish this. All right, well, let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. I think we're on the home stretch here. Yeah, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're nearing the end of possibly the finale of the whole threat. I think what we should do now is we should use we have enough glimmers to get another Hope Reborn. And now we have 4 Hope Reborns. We seem to have plenty of health. So assuming we don't, and maybe we're speaking too soon, but assuming we don't need these for health, this is enough to get us 1, 2, 3, 4, our last number, which we're really hoping to do as a bit of reconnaissance, maybe for our next threat. So I think we should do that. Jonathan, unless you disagree with me, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Gives us another feather, which, let's see, we've got here and here. I guess we'll go here in honor of Isara, who is very interested in the tornado here, who's not able to join us, unfortunately, for today. So I'm going to bring out this card here. It's a nice gold card. Already gathered valuable information about the area southwest of the Citadel. It's now time to inquire about the situation of the city-state of Stoneheap, its neighbor Mortarball. First, you must determine if it's possible to reach them by bypassing the Tooth Peak Massif from the west. We've sent there 5 of the strongest individuals in the community and are eager to return to the Citadel to find out if they've made it. Okay, I don't even know if we're going to get to see these, unfortunately. But there's that upgrade. Jonathan says it's good with him. Okay, so that was our feather. Then we've got 2 buildings. I'm not sure. Well, we don't know if this game's going to be over now. I think it is, but let's see. I guess now that we don't have any animals, let's put our 2 building upgrades in the pen to let us get a new animal. All right, and then lastly, we unlocked a new number, 311. So let us see what 311 ability gives us. Drum roll. Leadership. When at least one of your somethings increases, if you are not at the Citadel, take a 49 card. Wow, that's pretty boring. That's bad. That's really, really not very useful. I mean, I guess it would give us a bunch of 49s over the course of the game, but it sure does not seem like a big deal. Well, I'm glad we found this, right? Because this is something not to build in the future, right? That's a very boring ability compared to the one we found. We got lucky. We got lucky in the upgrade we got. If we had gotten this on our first upgrade, we would have said no more upgrades. All right, so that's fine. That's the least useful upgrade, this down here. Maybe we should be keeping track of what these upgrades do. So 311 is leadership. And then we also got 301 and 307. The one we got first was our best. Okay, back to our mission now. Let's bring it home. And hopefully when we get home, everything runs smoothly. All right, so we're going to look down in here. Gulp. The petals of your ground shiver suddenly close just before a group of 3 burrowers emerge from the ground. Wow, this is a serious fight here we got on our hands. But look what we have. A runaway. They're epic. They give us a Hope Reborn. I mean, Hope Reborn is nothing to sneeze at, but it's a lot of work to fight these things. Now, what is epic? Epic says, if several characters are involved in the action, none may be the active player two turns in a row. Not useful. Okay, so we finally meet some burrowers, and we're just going to run away. Right? Let's just run away from them. They don't have reach. It's gear up. We're just going to try our luck. Run away, right? Yeah, let's just run away. All right, so we're going to use flight to run away. It's the gear up. So we're returning this card. We're returning it, not discarding it. So it has the same basic effect as far as we're concerned. Okay. Take a 13 card to draw. Now, we don't have any glimmers, so we're going to have to pay for this out of health from our fortune teller hut if we get something we don't want. But if you're jinxed, we take a 3. Okay, let's see. You are jinxed. All right, so instead of being jinxed, we're going to pay 2 health and take another card. We're jinxed again. We're going to take 2 health. Now we're down to 60 health. Take another card. This has been an expensive running away. And now Lady Luck is on our side. Okay. In case you're wondering what is allowing us to do that, it's the Fortune Teller hut, our homebrew building that we built. And that's just to avoid taking a 3 card. Still seems like a useful thing. Hey, now look, you know what I just noticed? I just noticed something. This card doesn't get discarded. You can just hold on to this card. That's pretty great when you think about it. I think we've been discarding this card after we use it. This allows our character to run away from most fights. All right, well, that's pretty great. Maybe we could have avoided a whole bunch of fights. I feel like some of the fights we're running away from Jonathan are just because we're too tired to, we don't have the energy to actually go through the effort. Despite the disappearance of the bottomless sea, pink coral continues to thrive on wet ground. Wait, should this be here? This is the confusion. Oh, I see. I thought we were, I guess we did walk into the confusion. All right, we're going to get confused now. That's all right. We can get unconfused. All right, so I'm going to walk over here. That's 1 card. We can keep this if we want, but we'd rather be able to still run away. Although here's the dodge. I think telekinesis is better than acrobatics for dealing with those plant creatures. Okay, so now we got to do this, 358. This is the thing that makes us confused. Pink coral gives off an unpleasant odor that triggers a blistering headache. So, yeah. When we walk, we get confused. Okay. So this attaches to this because it's the look, which is how we found it here. And now we need to have a card here. We need to explore this. Jonathan says, we have the Arcanist, we have the juggling balls. Yeah, we can get rid of that easily. Now, what's this? A young woman with flame red hair sits on the floor with her back to you. No sooner do you move to greet her than she whispers through her teeth, "Not another step or I'm done for." I feel like we got this card before. You spot a venomous snake crawling up her leg. If you'd rather go on your way, we can say, okay, sorry to bother you. But we could try to help her. Let's see. Otherwise, you must take one of the following actions. You cannot take the aim action unless you select a card with the keyword projectile. Okay, well, we do have some good projectile stuff, I think. And we can draw as many cards as we want. All right, so we can save her. We take a glimmer. We get a 59. All right, let's go ahead and save this lady. Let's see. Let me just look through my book here and see what we can do to help you, lady. Just stay still. Have no fear. Have no fear. We're going to save you. We've got a longbow, which has got that action, and it's projectile. We have ammunition for it. We can turn 2 shrouds into 3 successes, and we can generate the 2 shroud right here. So, or we could throw this jagged rock at the thing. And use our jagged rock. I feel like maybe we should hold on to this till more of an emergency. So the only question in my mind, boy, I hope this doesn't break, but I do think it's right to use it. Yeah, what are we going to carry around this longbow and not use it? We got to use it. If we lose our ammunition, we get more ammunition. All right, so we can actually generate the 3 successes automatically if we block this, though. So the only question I have is, should we draw cards and try to get this on our own, or should we draw no cards and use up experience? That's the question. I think the logic I've been using is it's really interesting mechanical. It's an interesting strategy question. Like, should you just take the 3 cards, save 3 cards because our hand is full, we're going to be throwing away cards. On the other hand, this is a block. It's a very powerful card, and we can solve this on our own. So I guess I'm inclined to try to solve this on our own. 4 cards should be able to get us 3 successes, especially here. And then save it. All right, let's do this. So actually, here's this. There's 3. That already succeeds. We don't need any of these. Let's see. But this reflex lets us put one of these back in. So let's put skillful back in as if we had never drawn it. Oh, sorry, I needed that. I needed those 2. All right, so I'm going to put back order as if I had never drawn it. All right, so there's our 3 successes from that. Those get discarded. These go back into our hand. We needed this to trigger this. Now if we roll a 1, we run out of ammunition. Wow, that sucks. We just lost our ammunition. So much for our... I really wish we had a carrot now. All right, well, we lost our ammunition. I hope we do not need this in the end. So what does it say? Return an ammunition. All right, well, I really hope we don't have some final battle where we need that ammunition. Longbow is no longer useful to us. And let me block these Hope Reborns. All right, well, I've been rolling a lot of 1s today. So a 49 and a 59. What are the 59s? Well, we don't have any more 59s. What are the 59s? You remember? They're not. And a 59 card, which doesn't have a diamond. Is there... Should there be more 59s? Oh, more 59s. Why is that? What's the 59 card, Jonathan? Do you remember? It's not in my note. According to this, there should be one there. There's no diamond. Hmm. Is it already in our inventory? Thematically, what is it? We're helping this woman. Is it the woman gonna join us? Companion? Look who it is. Galeria is 59. So there should be a diamond there because obviously there's a limited number. I'm gonna bring her back into our... I'm gonna take this as us saving her. We're like, hey, what are you doing here? Didn't we leave you way back with a broken ankle? And she's like, yeah, I thought I could walk. So I'm bringing her back into our troop. I'm going to consider this a way of recovering her so she can join our team again. All right, then this gets banished. Otherwise, she get bitten. Yikes. All right. So that's kind of a fun story that she's back in our gang. I think she got blocked. She didn't get banished. She got blocked. Okay. Either way. We've got our whole gang with us. We're heading home, but we lost our ammunition. We lost our dog. I'm a little nervous. And now there's a gold 239. The arid ground here is made of rocky strata formed into platforms. The wind picks up a thick layer of swirling dust. You notice a statue emerging from the ground. Oh, Jonathan is saying maybe that makes some sense. Like you think we saved her from We saved her from this. And I should have banished it, but I discarded it. That's very possible. That sounds kind of familiar. All right, but what's going on here, Jonathan? I'm a little nervous about this. What's this? A statue emerging? Oh my God, look at that, Jonathan. That's crazy looking. So we've been here before, but we didn't see this before. Jonathan says, go over and have a look. All right. So this goes out. That statue looks amazing. Looks like it's made of gold. Looks like some religious statue. All right, so I'm going to walk over here. It's hard to traverse, so we got to take 2 cards. We can keep one. One's a reflex of no value. One's an enchanted projectile, though. That's pretty useful. We've been carrying around this the whole game because we need it for our superpowers. So I can't get rid of that. I don't want to get rid of these. This is our runaway. That seems really useful. And this is what we use for burrowers. So I think that's it. I gotta throw it away. All right. So we're gonna have a look at this crazy looking statue. It looks like it's got a shield behind its head or something. I wonder why. Oh, I see. Okay. 100-109. Okay, let's go take a look at what this is. I'm very curious. Very curious. I think your theory of that, how we got that girl twice, is going to be correct, Jonathan. Even though it's crouching, the strange golden statue looms several meters above you. Suddenly, the statue comes to life. It extends its arms and presents you with its open palms as if expecting you to make an offering. If you'd rather go on your way, return this. Otherwise, if you want to take the following action, one involved character must discard 1 card with the keyword barter. Okay, I know you're going to remember the same thing I just remembered, which is we're supposed to be confused when we left that space. So I'm going to give us a confusion card. They're different, maybe. There's a bunch of them. Maybe they're not different. They're just for all the different players. Okay, let's get rid of this confusion before we do this. Or after it. Okay, so there's our confused. So we can get unconfused. We have several ways to get unconfused. We've got our juggling balls, but I think we don't even need them, right? Because we've got our apprentice. She can cure us. I'm going to put this aside for a second. Let's just do this. All right, so we're going to try to do this. She lets us use 2 cards and 2 flags. Do I even need to bother looking at the juggling balls? Return your confused and take a 150, but I think we already have a 150. Yes, that's focus, so that's even less useful to us. Okay, let's just do this. So we're going to do this action. We can keep 1 card to get 2 success, but she lets us keep 2 cards to get 2 successes. So I'm going to take 3. If we miss it for some reason, we can try again. So there's our 3 cards. We're allowed to use 2 because of her to get 2 success. So we succeeded. We don't get to keep any of these. but we do get rid of our confusion because of that arcanist. She's very good at that. Okay, now we're back to this. All right, well, we do have barter, and a perfect thing to give to this statue is our second flute, which Jaleria already has her own flute, so we don't need her flute. All right, here we go. We're going to put the flute into this thing's hand. We're discarding a card with barter. We only need one card for this thing, even though we needed 3 for those crazy people. All right, here we go. 348. Let's see what happens. The statue's lips magically spring to life. The metallic voice announces. Okay, I've been rolling a lot of ones. Let's see what we get this time, too. Okay, 597. Let's see what this thing says to us. Some sort of animatronic. 597, huh? It's way at the end of the back of the book. All right, it's a big, long story that it's going to tell us. The War of the Worms was still in its beginning stage when an individual appeared at the gates of the Valengard. Long chains fastened to his back plowed the earth behind him. In a thundering voice, he demanded that the city-state submit to the Worm Master, giving dawn as the deadline to agree. When he returned the next day, the city guard was waiting for the messenger, who succumbed in the confrontation, taking a dozen soldiers with him to their deaths. Weeks passed without further incident. Life returned to normal, confirming that the city's ruler had made the right choice. He did, however, take the precaution of enlisting the help of Necro-Druid Ninadazer, whose citadel was under construction nearby, to protect the famous Alembic of Valengard with a spell. One night, the city's residents were awakened by a frightful crash. District by district, the city-state dropped into the depths, as its weight became too much for the burrowers' relentless digging of tunnels beneath the city. Chaos and desolation took hold of Valengard, whose residents died by the thousands. In the space of a few hours, the city was wiped off the map, and only a thick, dusty cloud remained to remind everyone of the tragedy that had taken place there. The disastrous news spread throughout the Protectorate and made Tiberic II, ruler of Kel, fear that his vassals would join the Worm Master. He promised the most severe reprisals to anyone who would submit to them. To set an example, he ordered his army to raze Gaddelrock to the ground, using this opportunity to take revenge on his former rival. Threatened by Kel on the one hand and the Worm Master on the other, the city-states met with varying fortunes. Many cycles later, when Kel was too weakened by the War of the Worms to carry out its threats, it was Waterbank's turn to receive a visit from an emissary of the Worm Master. Unlike Valengard, it did not risk refusing their ultimatum. The statue hunches over and falls silent. This is your first time reading this book, it says. This entry. Return the dialogue book. Okay, so this was our first time, but we don't need more knowledge. So it's a little bit of story of the early days of War of the Worms. The Worm Master sends an emissary to the city, long chains fastened to his back, demands the city submit to the Worm Master. The city didn't. They killed this creature. And then a couple weeks later, the whole city gets eaten up. And then it looks like Waterbank agreed to be under the power of the Worm Master. Okay, some pretty cool lore there from this statue. And then the statue sunk into the ground. All right. 3 and 6. And a 3 over here. Okay, so let me connect this map a little bit. And then we'll look at our world map that we've built so far and decide what's the easiest way home. Why is it doing this? Okay, so there we are. We talked to this statue. There's also this to look at. I forget if we looked at that already, but let's take a look at where we are. So are we? I see, that's where we are, right there. So I don't remember if we looked in that space. Here is that space to look. As soon as we go south, though, we're on the trail, we cross the river, and then we're almost home. All right, so now, Jonathan, do you remember if we've looked at that 370? I guess we can take a quick look at it, just in case, unless you remember. A few bones emerged from the earthy soil. So we could dig it up. Objective value might be buried here. We dig it up, we try our luck. We just get something random. No ammunition. We don't really care about this stuff. I mean, because we think we're headed home, I don't think we need this. Let's just discard it. Although you could look at it again if there was another 370, but there isn't. Okay, I just discard it. Jonathan says, should we try going for the toll bridge, or do you want to take the free bridge? So down to our southeast is that's the free bridge. Why wouldn't we take that? Or we could go, I see, or we could just head straight west, but you can't head straight. I see, yes, we could, instead of going south, we're here, we could go here on the toll bridge, because we have barter items we can give them. So, okay, that's one route. The other route is like this. I guess you're right. We're going to get confused here again, though, but I guess we don't care. We can get unconfused easy enough and take the toll bridge. Because we're not going to Kel. What's this thing? Some berries. Blessing. Forget what this woman gives us. The only... Let's see. So the only thing I'm slightly concerned about... Oh, sorry. I'm not showing you this. Okay, so those are the two routes. As Jonathan was saying, this is the toll bridge. Sorry, I wasn't showing you that. So here we are. We could take the toll bridge. That's the faster way home. We will get confused here, but we can get unconfused easily. Or we could go this way, the longer way. It's not that much longer. It's just one step longer. Is that right? It's just one step longer. So the only thing I was thinking was, whether there was any way we could get the arcane magic that powers our weapons. We might not even need it, though. Oh, the view still didn't change. That's ridiculous that you guys had to sit there while I was doing that twice. Okay, here we are. Here's the bridge that requires a toll. That's the one route we could take. The slightly longer route is this way. So 2 extra spaces, 2 extra moves would take us to go the longer route. Is one way likely to be more dangerous than the next? I think the shorter route is a little bit more dangerous because of the area, the confusion. And because it's not on the trail. Is there anything we haven't? I'm not sure we've looked at this card to our right. But I guess we have. Yes, we have. That's the berries. Um, and it seems like this is one of these things. This is like this thing where you know you're just wasting time. You're not sure why you're doing it, but you're habitual. It's a habit, so you can't let go of it. I think we should. I don't think it matters. So let's just go the shorter way. All right, let's go the shorter way. Jonathan says, can we get maritime? Probably not worth it, but I do see a card on the map that was about plunging into the underground pond. Don't think we did it earlier. Where do you see the underground pond, Jonathan? You remember? The bottom of the flooded cavity. If you want to reach the bottom of the flooded cavity, it would be best to rest for a while. You may not take the following action unless you are focused and have no card with the keyword weakness. That would be kind of fun. All right, let's do it. So either way, we're going left. Okay. So we're going left. So we're going to take a look at this. Hey, look what we found. Pretty cool. Okay. So if we want to go on our way, discard this. We don't want to go on our way. We want to take the 349 and discard this. So we're going to put this here. That's perfect. So 349 gives us our arcane energy, which we really want. That's awesome. Okay. And then we discard this. Okay, then out comes a 362. The land overlooks a huge crater that was once the bottomless sea, now dried up because of the burrowers. Someone should think of a new name for it. Against the cliff rests a tall wooden ladder. So we know this place. We know we've gotten confused. I guess this is the ladder. All right, let's put that out there. We're going to walk onto that and get confused again, I guess. So I'm going to spend 1 to walk. We can keep consider, but I don't think we need it. Okay, now we have to do this, 358. There is no 358, so we already got confused over here, so we don't have to do it again here. Let me move things over a bit. Okay. All right, now below us is the miner. So if we wanted to deal with the miner, we could go follow that ladder. So if we wanted to deal with the miner again, we could do here. I don't remember what he does. He gives you some stuff. I think he sent us on a, did he? I can't remember if he sent us on a quest. So we could say hello to him and see. I think he gave us some good stuff each time. And then the water is to the left and down, but we need that maritime card. We don't have any way to get it except that we do. We can draw a card from our discard pile or action deck. Okay, so with focus, we can go get that maritime card, Jonathan. So the only question is, do you want to talk to the miner or skip him and just go straight for the water? Up to you, Jonathan. Do you want to revisit the miner, see if he's got anything new for us, or don't we need focus to actually take the water action? Oh, yes, you're right. Oh. Yes, you're right. Let's see something. Is it in our discard or is it in our draw deck? It's in our discard. It was in our draw deck. With such a small draw deck, we could just walk and grab it. Well, I suppose we could just do this without the maritime. Even without the maritime card, we can do it ourselves. It'll just take us a bunch of tries. Take a 201 card. Do we know what a 201 card is? Have we ever seen one before? No. All right, we're going to try to do this, but I guess we should have used that focus before. So here is the water. We could just walk into the water and then do the maritime action without the maritime card, which would have made it easy, but we can still do it on our own, or we could talk to the miner. But yes, thank you for reminding me not to use the focus card. What's it going to be, Jonathan? You want to talk to the miner, or do you want to go to the water? Ready for anything? While we're deciding, I'm going to use this glimmer to unblock ready for anything, which is what lets us fetch cards we need. Where does this get put now? Actually, this is going to make it work for us. Look at this, Jonathan. We're going to use we're going to use a glimmer to unblock a card. We're going to unblock ready for anything. When we unblock this, this goes into our draw deck. So let's not do it yet. We're going to be able to bring this into our draw deck and then use this to get maritime. So not yet. That's blocked. Okay, so I'm going to, we have the guy who can dig if we want to talk to the miner. All right, let's talk to the miner. Just remember, I need to unblock this back in here before we draw all of these 4 cards. Yes, okay. Look down here. Your leg sinks into the ground up to mid-thigh. The galleries dug by the burrowers have probably weakened the surrounding territory. During the result step, if you're focused 2 stars, okay, we are. There should not be a fog of war to talk to the miner. Yeah, what am I doing here? Maybe this was here. And I didn't shift it over. All right, so miner, 2 cards. Okay. 343, thank you. Okay. There's the miner. Thank you. Okay, so here he is. Dust-covered miner emerges from the shaft with a lantern in his hand. Okay, so we can talk to him. So I'm going to put this here. And now I'm going to do this. I'm going to use the glimmer to take our Ready for Anything card. I'm going to shuffle it into the action deck. Now I want to make sure we draw this and can keep it. So what I'm going to do is, before we talk to this guy, I'm going to walk over here, draw a card. Don't want it. Walk back, draw a card, order, don't want it. Walk here, draw a card. That's our card we want. That's the key card. I'm going to take I guess I'm going to get rid of experience. Okay. I did this so that we could now block this to get, this is also we can get maritime. This seems like this was probably overcomplicating this thing. Probably I've wasted so many cards doing that maritime ability is not worth it. But okay, let's keep it. This is stupid that I did all that for this card. Jonathan says I walk back and forth over the confused trigger. That's okay, actually, because... Oh, I see. This is terrible. I don't want to do any of that. All for this card that just gives you 2 successes. Pointless. And I gave up good cards to do it. This was stupid. Let's just undo it. I'm going to undo it. I'm going to spend all of those cards, but I'm not going to go take maritime. Ugh. All right, let's just do it. And now there's 10 cards in there, 10 health worth. All right, this was terrible. This was stupid. All right, lessons learned. And now we're confused. Fine, I'll take the confused. This was this was silly. All right, now she's gonna get us unconfused. I paid the health. There's the 3 cards. There's the 2 successes. We're no longer confused. You're fine. You're done. That was ridiculous. That was a ridiculous thing. That was a totally stupid, ridiculous thing. All right. Whatever. We're getting punch drunk, 5.5 hours. It's time to wrap this up. All right. So I'm going to talk to this miner. We're going to take care of his business as quickly as possible, and then we're going into the water. Okay, so if we're playing a certain scenario, we would read one thing. Otherwise, we go to 280. That was ridiculous. All for that. That Mariner card was the worst card. Okay, let's see. Let's take care of this quickly. So he's doing some stuff. And we can just return it. Otherwise, we can give him 2 barter. And he gives us building leaflet? What kind of bullshit is this? I thought he had other stuff. Goodbye. We don't have time for this nonsense. That's ridiculous. Never talk to us again. All right. Totally ridiculous. All right. Now, we're looking over here. The ruins of a building stand before you. Perhaps there's some valuable object buried under the rubble. And we can draw 5 cards for 1, or 7 and 3 if you have weakness. So we don't have a weakness because we cured ourselves. So 5 and 1. Take a 13, 449. I don't think these things are particularly useful, are they? Is it worth it? 449, 149. Nah, forget it. Let's just go on our way. We don't have time for this nonsense. 326. All right, so this is what's to our left. So we're going to walk over here. When we do, it requires us to draw a card. We get to keep it if we want it. We don't want it. But now we're confused again. Which we take our woman, we grab 3 cards. We need 2 successes. We've got our 2 successes. This goes back. At least we can get rid of these confusions easy enough. All right, so here we are. We're on this card. And now we're going into the water, according to our map. So we think it's the 215 card. I mean, even if we die here, we're doing it. Now what's going on here? I thought this was our water. So I looked at this water. Maybe it's this one? All right, let's see what this says. If you look at it, we have to pry them when the rocks they're on are slippery. So things break, mollusks, and we get cards. But if we don't care, we'll go on our way. We're just going to go on our way. That's 215. So there were some mollusks we could eat. We don't care about that. Maybe it's this one, 378. But there was something else we forgot to do. We forgot to help that guy. We forgot to help Robin every time we recycle. But what does he want from us? Take a 320. That's a lot of work to keep this guy happy. All right, we have to do this. It's health, 2 cards to get 3 success. Is there more than 1 card of the mollusks? I don't think there is, actually. No, there's not. You don't think the mollusks lead to anything else, do they? No. All right, we got to help this guy. I can use a guaranteed success. I don't want to get... All right, I'm going to use my... I really don't want to... I mean, I really don't want to deal with this guy. But I don't know what a 64 is. I'm not happy about it. Oh, let's see. Block the Robin card. Take a 64. Take a 64. Isn't he the 64? Kind of weird. How can you block the Robin card? Take a 64. Oh, you take it and then block it? Okay, I'll just use this determination. Because I don't want to use the focus. No, I'll use this if we need to. So that'll give us 1. I'll draw 3 cards. Maybe we'll get super lucky. I guess I'm going to take 4 cards. Okay, here we go. So we did get lucky. We solved him with 2 cards. Oops. With 2 cards, we got our 3 successes right there. so we don't need to use up the lucky, and that's why I didn't use determination. Okay, so at least we did this efficiently. We got a 49, and he's still in our troop. On this. All right, this guy's crazy. Go back. Go back. We're going to let him die soon if he doesn't shape up. All right, here's our water. All right, we're doing this action. We have no card with the keyword weakness. We are focused. We can do this action. So this is kind of exciting that there's this new card, and it's a maritime action. Okay, so, wow, he's got a 6 up here. And if we fail it, we just lose a couple cards. No big deal. But let's try to do it as much as we can. All right, so we're going to do the maritime action here. We have to stay focused. That's fine. Okay. Maritime action is 2 stars. Does anyone want to help out with this? None of our people are good at maritime actions. We can draw less cards, but we don't want to. All right, I'm going to use this. That's 1 success. 3 successes. I'd like to get 3 more. We can only use 2. That's okay. We won't do it all in one go. I'll draw 3 cards. Well, okay, that was nice. So with our 2 cards, we've got 3 successes. All right, 3 successes with our 2 cards, 4 successes, 5, 6. So we got all of our successes. This gets blocked, this maritime. That was such a stupid card to do just for that. All right. And then these are the cards we used. We got the full 6. So the die just goes down. Now it's on 2. It does say better rest. I guess that was the focus action. All right, now we can only keep 1 card to get 2. If we fail it, then it goes away. So we need to get 2 successes here. But we can do that because we've got this lucky, which is 1 success. And if we needed to, we could even spend our focus. So I'm just going to draw 3 cards because I don't want to fail this. We just need 1 success on this. Okay, well, we got 3 cards. We can only use 1, doesn't matter. So we're going to use 1 for our success. And then we're going to use You Are Lucky for our 2nd success, which accomplishes this. Now let's see if this was worth it. A 201 card. We worked pretty hard to get this. There's only 1 card. This just says remove the die, but it doesn't say it disappears. Okay, let's see what we got. You reach the bottom of the cavity for a brief moment before you start to run out of air. There are 3 objects within reach. Several glass bottles, a strange cage with a trident sticking out of it, and a small shell. What will you take with you before you surface? If your score is 15 or higher, which it is, read 504 so we can get some insight before we make our choice here because we are so knowledgeable. All right, this is kind of exciting. Here we go. Few people have ever laid eyes on such a cage. Even fewer have known its origin or managed to open one. More than 1,000 cycles ago, long before the advent of city-states, the prophet spiders arrived. These multi-eyed cubic creatures brought with them the magic of their world. We've seen this before. We've gotten one of these. The forged enchanted weapons. We've read this. So we've got some alien weapons here in this cage. It's trying to tempt us to the cage? Is that what it is? The trident was in the cage, right? A strange cage with a trident sticking out. Okay. So the last time we got the spider weapon, we just dropped it. So we could try to take the trident. It's a 365. It's a very specific weapon. Or a bottle, which looks like some bullshit junk bottle, or the small shell, which we are focused. I don't know how you could not be focused unless you use it. Okay, shell. We're going to grab the shell. We're going to grab the small shell. We are focused, so we lose our focused card to grab the shell. It's a little nerve-wracking. Okay, and then we read 185. Jonathan, if we die here, there's going to be hell to pay. 185. There's something inside the shell. You break it on a rock and discover a small blue pearl. You've never seen one like it before. Maybe it could interest someone. You slip it into your pocket before setting off again. If the quest, the rare find, can be found, check the initiated box. Otherwise, write down the rare find. Well, this is not going to do us any good. And check initiated. All right. So it's kind of useful to know this, because if we get into another threat, another campaign, and we know about this, where to go to do this, we've learned something useful. But it does make me wonder what that trident was all about. All right, well, that was a lot of effort in a scary, dark thing that we almost drowned. I think I spent this glimmer of hope. I can't remember if we got a new glimmer of hope or spent it. I'm just going to say we spent it. All right, I'm going to put this guy away. We're never going back. All right, homeward bound. There's a 3 there. All right, I think we need to take a break here. We're going to take a break, 5 hours, 50 minutes. This is going to be a perfect length. We're going to finish this in another couple minutes. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're wrapping up our scenario here, bringing back the jars. Jonathan says he does find it odd that when they eroded the inn, it stopped mentioning her. It's a good point, but maybe they felt that was too dangerous to have that happen while you're bringing back the jars. I don't know. It's a good question. Okay, let's get ourselves home. So we've just come out of the pond. We're soaking wet. Now we're going to come over. That was our... Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, are we going to... There's the tiniest chance we're going to get that gold unveiler, but it's still very unlikely. It's Jonathan's. So this comes out here. That's our turtle. And on the card comes an unveiler. We're going to walk over there. We get 2 cards. We can keep 2. We're going to keep, well, reflex, no point in keeping that. All right. I guess we're going to dig up this unveiler, right? Because we're still thinking there's some chance that we're going to be able to get that 400 gold unveiler. All right, so we dig up the unveiler. How do we do that? Remind me again. We dig it up by just drawing 3 cards. Okay, there's our 3 cards. There's our dig action. Now we send the unveiler back. We get the 400. There's one gold and one regular. We know what this is. This is our time travel device. Now, Jonathan, remind me, do we need to do this just to remind ourselves how it works? Let's just do it just to remind ourselves how it works. We're not forced to do it, right? So I'm going to take 2 cards. We get to keep one. I guess I'll keep that one. Take a force. Actually, we could keep both of these. Okay. Okay. Take a force 16 card. All right. So we don't have to use it now, but if we want to use it, we return all the cards on the board, put one of the flying cards into play, provided the name can be found. Put one of the following cards into play. So we could jump ourselves right to the Citadel because our Citadel. So our Citadel is on the board, so we could jump ourselves to our Citadel. I mean, we're just a few steps away from our home base anyway. But I suppose it could save us a little bit of walking. There's the bloody plane. So we could jump ourselves down here into this dangerous area. Where else can we go? Kel's Column we haven't found, but Bloody Plain, we do know where that is. What about Forbidden City? No. The Shell? No. Fort Shade? No. Kel's Column? No, I guess there's Kel. Okay, so but if we wanted to take a shorter game, we could jump to the Citadel. If we wanted a longer game than we even have planned, we could jump to the Bloody Plain. It's a bit of a scary area to walk all the way back up. You'd have to ask what the point of that. The only point would be if we had lots of energy and time, what we could do is keep walking and trying to find that golden unveiler. But I don't think that's the right thing to do. So I think we should just ignore this. I guess we could just, well, so here's our choice, Jonathan. We can draw a bunch of cards and bring ourselves right to our Citadel and end the game there. Maybe that's the thing to do. The only reason not to do it would be to, where are we now? We're with this giant tortoise shell. The only reason not to do it is that if we wanted to try to stumble on an unveiler, the golden unveiler, but yeah, it seems like there might very well be, like, you could imagine there could be caterpillar hunters. There could be caterpillar hunters right blocking our path. All right, let's teleport. Let's do it. Why not, right? So now if we if we somehow fail to get 3, which we won't, let's just use this. We have things to make it work. If we can't, yes, we've got her. She can turn flags into success. All right, I'm going to take 4 cards. I think we should be able to get 4 cards. Feels like 4 cards. If we can use all 4, we should be able to use that. If we go far wrong, I'll use this to generate an extra one. All right. I still don't. If you get it wrong, you roll a die. We don't know, Jonathan, you're right, but we don't know if something's going to happen when we get home. We don't know if there's going to be some extra step or anything. Or we don't know if when we get to that last card, whether there's going to be some battle. So I'm a little cautious. But let's just do this. 4 cards is surely enough to get 3 successes. We really only need 2 successes. All right, so, well, it's 3 successes, just barely. So 3 successes. We didn't need, and we didn't get any flags. All right, so we just barely did it. That's fine, though. So we can go where we want. And we're going to our Citadel, which is our 75 card. So rather than put everything away, I'm just going to move everything out of the way here. And I'm going to bring out our 75 card. There is no mission-specific one. It was fun. We finally got to use the teleporter. It is kind of weird. Like, if you fail this, Jonathan, and you rolled a die, let's say you failed this and you rolled a 6, do you think you'd go here even though you normally can't go here? As if the connection had succeeded. If you can't go there, though, I don't think you should be, you will let you go there, but the rule is not clear. Okay, here's our Citadel. Johnson says, think of it this way, we stubbed that toll bridge guy of one last payment. That's true. That does make me happy. That guy's still extorting money from us. Okay, so now we are going to go into our Citadel 77, unless there's a special card for this mission. There isn't. So it looks like we're going to make it here. Discard all cards on the board, including your terrain card. Open the app and read the epilogue. Okay, we did it. We got all 3 of our jars, made it back. We've got a whole team of people. We've got a whole hand of cards. Let's read the epilogue. Here we go. I believe this is going to be the end of the thing. All right, epilogue says, if you have at least one objective card, read the conclusion on page 39. Otherwise, read dialogue 425. Okay, so we have three objectives, so we're reading conclusion. As soon as you arrive at the Citadel, you spread the caterpillars all over the camp. To your relief, they begin to devour the cocoons. But did you bring back enough to get rid of them before the cocoons hatch? Add up your defense score, which is 20. Right? 20. Oh, 25. 25 plus 2 for each objective card. That's plus 6 gives us 31, and then return the objectives. Okay, so we have 31. If your total is lower than 10, between 10 and 19, equal or higher to 20. All right, so we could have just thrown those caterpillars. We could have skipped everything, not even gone down into the underground, and we would have plenty. All right, so read the chapter, Reasons for Hope. All right, so we don't have to read this. We don't have to read this, but we do read Reasons for Hope. Here we go. The caterpillars have worked well, but a few hundred cocoons that they did not have time to devour start releasing their spores. They clump together in a gelatinous blob riddled with jerking, throbbing veins. A shell, twisted in gnarled roots, takes shape. Its muscles contracting. Don't read all that. Its muscles contracting in a figure of unnatural anatomy. From this quivering mass emerges a large creature with multiple eyes and atrophied wings. It utters its first cry, making its mandibles rattle. Frightened, some remain frozen on the spot while others flee. People run in all directions. Oh my gosh. What the? Why is this so scary looking for us? Did we get a... Looks like we got the worst outcome here. All right, what have we got here? Jostle each other, grab their children, these are the people freaking out, in their arms and take shelter wherever they can. But what is the point? Nothing seems to be able to resist this monstrosity as it breaks down the huts and ravages everything in its path. Is this really the outcome we're supposed to be reading? Reasons for Hope on page 41. All right. Nothing seems to resist this monstrosity as it breaks down the huts and ravages everything in its path. You raise your voice to gather the fighters around you. Your priority is to lure the monster away from the camp so it does not make more victims. Take 101 through 105. So these are, it's not over yet. 101 through 105, those are the objective cards. Okay, they represent community members that we're going to lead into battle. Characters have fewer than 40. Set all life counters back to 0, then share 40. Otherwise, keep your current life points. All right, so we have 50, not much more. Each player may unblock some or all of their cards with the keyword companion. For each card unblocked, lose 2 life points. All right, well, we don't have any people blocked. So we've got our whole troop with us. Now we must take one of the following actions before reading on. We can either do a compass action, which our dog could help us with, or a think action, which our arcanist can help us with. All right, so we have to do this first. Probably we're going to do our arcanist action. She gives us +1, so we can use 3 cards to get 3 successes. That's fine. No, sorry, here. 3 cards to get 3 successes. All right. So we're just going to do that. But we need to reset our hand. Okay, well, that brings us to 40. So unfortunately, we are just about at the minimum health that it thinks we need to do this. That's a little concerning. And then we're going to have to try to keep that guy alive if we want him to, but I think we do. Oh, Guy board, they owe us a dog. Yes, they do. That dog ran away, trying to defeat the traps. Okay, so we're down to 40 health. What's happening here? How'd this get in? Okay. So we're allowed to look at the top card, which we always forget during Gear Up. So that's half a success, not so great. So maybe we're going to draw 4 cards. We need 3 successes. That's not so good. I'd rather not us waste any of our cards. So I'm going to draw... Well, we're using her. Surely we don't need that many cards. How many successes do we need? 3 or 2? Oh, 3 successes. All right, I'm going to draw 5 cards just to make sure we can do this without. And we can keep 3 of them. Okay. So what have we got here? Well, these are pretty bad cards here. But we can keep 3 of them with our sorcerer. With 3, we can get our 3 successes. Okay, so with 3 to keep, we can get our 3 successes, which is what she lets us do. Otherwise, bad card, so it's good we drew that many. All right, we did succeed. Thanks to her again. Okay. With a daring maneuver, you lure the creature into the heart of the Citadel, where the sacred grove once stood. You only suffer a few casualties. Take 2 49s and a 152. Okay, 152 is confident. That's very useful for us. And 2 49s, which are glimmers. Okay. Confident. That's all we are, is confident? I thought we had one more green blessing. Really? We don't have any more blessings? I thought we did. All right. Well, we don't. All right. Next up. Realizing you have cornered it between the Citadel walls, the beast roars and whirs with its tiny wings. In a rage, it hurls itself against the walls. John says, I think we had lucky. Did we spend it? I thought we had it too. Did it go somewhere? Where did it go? I think we may have returned it. I think maybe I used it. I can check. Let me check. 51 shape. You are lucky. We spent lucky. I don't know what we spent it on, but we spent lucky. All right. Here we go. Jonathan, I'm putting you live on the channel when you type stuff. Okay. It hurls itself against what's in a rage. It hurls itself against the walls, pulverizing an ancient cell. Ignoring the rubble that bounces off its carapace, it turns around and slowly drops to the ground to tear you apart. This is the moment you choose to bolster your troop. So we're going to negotiate with each other. And look who's ready to help. Her. This guy too. But really it's going to be her. I think. Yes. All right, so she's going to let us use 3 cards to succeed. 3 cards, 3 successes. If we fail, one of our people dies. All right, we don't want anyone dead if we can help it. So we can use this to give a guaranteed success if we need it. That's good. Okay, so to get 3 successes or 2 flags, which we can use, I think maybe we draw 4 cards and we're going to use the best 3 out of 4. Okay, here we go. So she's letting us use the best 3 out of 4. Okay, well, with those 3, we can get 3 successes, which is all we need. So she did it for us, and she actually can contribute her own success. So you did good, girl. All right, so we succeeded in that. Take a 151 and a 153. So now we're in shape. And we're unleashed. We can generate strength. We can draw less cards. 151 and a 153. Resume reading, page 43. Okay, here's the last, very last page of the book. Look at that scary looking thing. You let out a long scream, which is sung in unison by the fighters who charge from behind you. Overcoming the rubble, you rush toward the monster, which snaps its mandibles. All those who are attacking by your side know that their fate and that of the community will be decided in the next few moments. Your troop roars more and more, carried by its own momentum. It seems unstoppable. At any time, if you have no objective cards, take a 342. So if everyone dies, we die. But now, okay, I see. So in the end, we succeed, we take a 366. If we die, if we don't get it all in one shot here, we take 7 health or return an objective card. So this is the one we really don't want to fail. It's very punishing. So like if we can make any of these succeed in one shot, it's the second row. Now look what he's got. He's got unsettling, reach, tough, and evasive. All right, let's see what all those things do. Unsettling. You can't apply more than X cards. You can only use 1 card at a time. He's got reach 2. If fails, you have to throw away 2 cards. So if you ever don't get it all in one shot, you got to throw away 2 cards. Okay, it's tough 2, meaning you ignore 2 successes of each battle. And it's evasive 2, which means we throw away 2 cards after every 3 we draw. All right, so boy, this is okay. We can make this work. We've got health. We've got our blessings. All right, let's see. Can we put this here so that we can see it? Yes, that's going to be the right way to go. Need to do this in a way that we can. Okay, so here we go. There's our final battle. Let's use our dice. Let's try to do this properly so I don't get accused of winning only because we cheated. All right, so we've got lots of good weapons. I think I may need to. So it's tough 2, so everything is +2. We can only use 1 card. He's unsettling 1. So we can only use one card in our hand. If it fails, we lose 2 cards. If it's evasive, we lose 2 cards. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. It's only the tough and the unsettling that we have to remember mostly. So everything is +2. So he's actually got 5 successes we need, and here we need 6 successes. All right, now, but here's how we're going to kill this thing. Well, the way we're going to kill this thing is because we have got this scepter. And this scepter can be powered by arcane magic, which we have one of, but we've also got this card that we can keep in our hand. So we can fight every fight doing this, doing 6 damage. We just spend 7 cards and we can do 6 damage. So this guy needs 5 damage to kill him on this first row. So I think we've got enough cards. Let's just make it easy. Let's just use this scepter over and over again on him. Then we don't even have to worry about how many cards we draw or anything. We block it or lose 7 cards. So we'll just spend 7 cards and use this. We can use one of them. We can use this. It's almost like everyone could take a break. This is going to be an easy battle. I mean, we've got so much other stuff too. But there are other ways to do this, but it feels like, where's our armor? Might as well avoid getting too damaged. So we've also got this armor where we can use these symbols to block. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the first fight action. This is the one we're going to need to succeed, but it's okay. It's not going to break. So we're going to equip the scepter. We really don't need anything else. We could let this guy help out just because he looks like he wants to help. I've readied everything. All right. So I'm going to draw 0 cards, because this lets me draw 2 less cards, right? It's hard to tell. This goes with this. No, they all go together. So I'm going to draw 0 cards. And I'm going to power this with the arcane energy. To do 6 damage. So that's 3 plus the tough 2. Unsettling just refers to cards in hand. We don't need to use any cards in hand. Reach 2 means if it fails, something bad happens. We're not going to fail. And evasive just means for every 3 cards we draw, we lose some cards. So that's it. He gets killed. Okay, now we're supposed to get... Maybe we should draw 1 card to keep it? No. Okay, but now it's supposed to do 3 damage to us. So I guess here would be a reason to draw cards to avoid taking 3 damage. But what do we care? Let's take 3 damage. I mean, we're at 40 health. Let's go down to 37. Okay. Now here's the one we really want to succeed at. Okay, first let me find out if we lose this arcane energy. It's a 3. Anything but a 6, return this. Okay, we lost our arcane energy, but that's okay because we've been preparing our whole life for this channel card. Let's make sure we don't misread it. You can apply the following action even if you're not the active player, which we are. Active player can use 4 arcane or a special arcane magic. We're only allowed to use 1 card per interaction. So this is the card from our hand. This is the card we would use. And now we're going to not use our armor because we're going to succeed at this. This guy can come along if he wants. We're going to use our scepter again. I mean, it feels like overkill. We do lots of other things if we wanted to have fun. But I guess we don't need to. We could do 6 damage using this. Ignore evasive. Longbow. All right, let's mix it up. Instead of using the scepter, why don't we use the one of our potions just for fun. So I'm going to use our acrobat's potion to generate 4. For each 2, we can generate 3. So we're going to be generating 6 with these 2 combined. Can't do this unless you have ammunition. Okay, we don't have ammunition. That's not. Back out with the scepter plan. Never mind. Same thing again. Channel and scepter. Arcane, arcane. That's 6. This guy can come along for fun. We still have to draw 2. No, we don't have to draw any cards. Okay, well, that's 6. That kills it. And now we go down to this 5. And we get to keep one of the cards we drew, but we didn't draw any. Okay, now we have to either block this or discard 7 cards. I'm just going to discard 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we have to do 7 damage to him. So we're going to do the same thing here. This is going to generate 6 success, this pair. But now we want to draw enough cards to do our 7th damage. Now the scepter can't kill in 1 attack. Yes, but we can draw cards. So we're going to bring this guy along. We can't use any other cards in our hand. We're only allowed to use 1 card in our hand. But we are allowed to draw as many cards as we want here and use 2 of them. So we're just going to draw 4 cards here. We just need 1 success from these 4 cards. So there you have it. With 2 cards, we can generate 3 successes. So 3 successes plus 6 successes is 9 successes. We only needed 7, so we've killed it. It's because of this incredible combination. These 2 cards combined are incredible. We had to work hard to get this, so I don't feel bad about that. All right, so then let's pay another 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just in case we need this again. But we've now killed it. We've killed it without even taking a scratch. Look at this scary thing. Any numbers here we could have made use of? No. Any chance I did anything wrong? Evasive. I should have had to throw away 2 extra cards because of his evasive. That's okay. Tough, we did reach if the action fails. We never failed. Unsettling was our only use 1 card. Okay. So we've done it. Don't we take some damage at the very end? Oh, you're right, 3. We should have worn our armor, but we don't care. I'll just take some damage. I'll take the damage. Thank you, Jonathan. You were right. We could have easily blocked it with our armor, but that's okay. All right, 366 card. That's it. There's nothing else to read. 366 card, huh? Not a dialogue. It's kind of odd that the last thing you do is a dialogue. Are we going to have to do more fighting now? We could still survive it. I wonder if we're going to have to do more fighting now. The abomination collapses in a cloud of dust. The cheers resound in the Citadel, and one of your companions improvises a victory dance. You freeze in horror. Behind him, foaming with rage, the creature rises up and with one blow impales the gyrating citizen. Have we been too careless here? Oh my gosh, this could go on forever. $34 health. We have enough to go through this. This combination is unstoppable, though. These two can be used forever, unless something says it breaks. Okay, reach and tough. So ignore one success each time, and if it fails, we lose a card. Fine. We don't want to fail the first time because we'd lose a person, but we could fail here, it would be okay. We could fail here, it would be okay. All right, so the first thing, we don't want to fight. Now, what if we could, oh, no, we can't use that. All right. So we're just going to stay, I'm going to stay with these two. All right, so we need to do 6 damage, which coincidentally is exactly what our thing can do. And we get no wounds if we succeed. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Don't need to block anything. There's other ways we could do this without spending 7 cards, but, well, we can't use our longbow. We could use our other stuff, though. Where's our sword? No, that can only do 2. It is a chain, though. Just trying to think, is there any other weapon that we would use? Just for fun. Not really. If we had the longbow, I think we might. But without the longbow, I still think this is our best bet. Okay, so we're going to once again channel our scepter. To do 6 damage. That's enough to kill a 5+1. We're going to draw 0 cards because this lets us draw 0 cards. And that knocks us down to the next row. Now we have to pay our 7 cards for this. So we're going to recycle our hand, which brings us down to 24 health. It's a little scary. Remember, we should use this next time because it would let us save 4 cards. But it seems like this guy is getting It's easier and easier each time we kill him, so maybe we'll have one more fight with him. Okay, so did I not take any cards out? Did I pay for this? Jonathan, tell me, have I paid for the 7 cards yet? Any of them or not? I think I probably haven't paid any, right? In which case, I'm going to pay 3 and use this to pay for 4 of them. And return this. Unless I've already paid. You let me know if I've already paid. Okay, now we're going to take some wounds. So we want our armor. I'm going to gear up my armor, which wants these cloaks. I can block up to 4, so I guess I'll go ahead and block all 4 of those. Now, 4 or 5 damage, that's still probably worth doing that instead of drawing cards. Success, 3 success. Fighter's potion. I'm going to kill this guy a different way. I'm going to use our strength potion. I'm going to use our strength potion to do 3 damage. And I'm going to use our, just for the fun of it, unless we think I'm going to need this for something else. Strength potion to do 3. And then I can use 2 arcane to do kind of boring. Let's see. Jonathan says, for the in shape, would the part where it shows X cards over the deck mean you don't have to return any and it would be free channeling? You are right. Because that's a different symbol. But you are absolutely right that it's this symbol. It's this discard 7. This discard 7 is this symbol. So actually, we don't have to discard any. That's pretty nice. Okay, so these 3 go back in here. All right, well, I'm looking for ways to do this fight that are more entertaining. Just to use up some of our stuff. So I'm going to, for the fun of it, use up some of our spells we've been carrying around. So let's go ahead and use up our strength potion to do 3 plus 1. We need to do 5 damage. Okay, so that's 3. And then if we can get flags, we can let him fight. And if we can't get flags, don't we have other potions? I'll use up our rock to get 4. Okay, so that's going to be 4 successes. And we only need 1 more, and we're going to draw a couple cards. I'd like to block some of those wounds. Where's our acrobats? I'll use acrobats to block 3 wounds. So there we go. Barter fragile. Oh, but we can't use 2 barter fragiles. All right. Well, I can't do that then. Well, I'll draw 3 cards. Draw 4 cards. I'll probably get some symbols. All right. There we go. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't need this. Let's see what we got. We're allowed to use 2 of these cards. We're actually allowed to use 3 of these cards because of this. Oh, this is an ore. So we're only allowed to use 2 of these cards. Okay, doesn't matter. 3 successes on 2. Sorry. 3 successes on 2 cards. Here. That's 3. And then this gives us 3. That's 6, 7. So it's way overkill. We only needed 5. Now, as far as symbols go, we have 1 symbol on our defense. So we block 1 wound. That's all we can block is 1 wound. Okay. So the rock goes away. The fighter's potion goes away, but gives us 2 life. 5, 6. We blocked 1 wound, so we take 2. So now we're down to 24 health. You're fine. There's probably other stuff I missed, but it doesn't matter. Those cards are discarded. The action succeeded, so our sword is still fine. Now this knocks down. We're on the last row. We only need to do 4 damage. I'm going to go ahead and just make life simple for us and use the scepter again to generate 6 and overkill it. So I'm going to draw 0 cards. 6 damage, that kills it. Now we have to pay for those 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll avoid discarding this. Boy, if this turns out to be I'm not doing this rule right, then we're going to be in a lot of trouble. All right, 505 card. Let's see, do we have 1 more fight to do? I think we're all done. Okay, that scary looking creature. All right, here we go. For the 2nd time, the monster collapses with a snarl, but everyone stays far back. You approach it cautiously and poke the lifeless body with your weapon, with our pole, with our iron bar. Poking it, still dead. Okay. It is indeed dead, and the cheers rise in the former sacred grove. You are lifted up in triumph. After burning the monster's corpse and burying your dead, you join the community at the center of the camp. Tomorrow, It will be time to mourn your fallen, but tonight the camp will glow with bonfires. Over the next few days, the caterpillars have finished eating the last of the cocoons. The time has come to sow and rebuild. Never has the future looked so bright as it does today. Congratulations. You have vanquished the threat, Dadachaem's awakening. All right, so there we go. I even added a little animation for us this time. Well, we did it. Some people have, I heard some people have said that it's a little anticlimactic, but only because we spent 80 hours building up our abilities and planned for this showdown and planned this 2-card killing combination. But we did succeed. It was a little bit of a prolonged battle there to kill that scary looking thing, but the really satisfying thing of all of that was that we took our whole team to victory. The only person we weren't able to bring to victory was the dog. But otherwise, all of our people survived, and all of our helpers managed to survive. Even Jalriria came back from her broken ankle and helped. Apprentice Arcanist was solid the whole game. Even Karignac the Thief came in handy. This was our combination here. That was devastating to even the strongest of monsters. No score at the end. We had 24 health. So we had quite a bit of health left, and that last stuff could have been done a little bit more efficiently for sure. We had so much stuff that we never ended up using. All right, so Jonathan, we're at the 7-hour mark. I think your idea of having a little, what did you call it? Having a little after action report, what is it called? Debrief, yeah. So I think what we'll do is we're going to have a separate little session for debriefing, so we don't need to do it now, don't you think? We'll just wrap it up here and chew on our thoughts, think about them, and meet up here on the channel for like an hour, half hour to talk about the total experience. So we're going to end here. Normally we would spend some time talking about the game, but Jonathan and I will talk offline and figure out when to have that session, possibly as early as tomorrow, could be as late as the end of the week. We'll have a special session just to talk about the game. Make sure to factor in 1 full hour recap. Okay. I see what you're saying, recap. Yes. Okay. Well, Jonathan, a real pleasure playing with this with you. I know that there's some trade-offs to playing this game that meant you had to sit there while I tried to make these cards work, where half the time they weren't even on screen. I know that can't be the best, most enjoyable thing, but I really do appreciate you joining me for this. I wouldn't have it any other way. All right, so stay tuned to the channel. If you're subscribed, you click the bell, you get notifications. You'll find out when our final debrief is. Jonathan, I'll see you then.